The interview was just excellent, chock full of all sorts of great information, and you think everybody will learn a lot about the derivation of the Moderna vaccine, about the other applicabilities, how it's poised to revolutionize flu vaccines as well, among other things, and many other aspects. And I wanted to congratulate Dr. Milan on an excellent job on that interview. And we will circulate to you the YouTube link. It's well worth your time if you have a moment to watch. I think you'll enjoy it very much. So Dr. Milan, congratulations. That was excellent.
I want to thank the communications team for setting it up. Maria Bonneville, Kevin McCormack, and Yimi Thea. They did a great job.
Hey, thank you. So Maria, having said that, will you please call the roll?
Sure. Dan Bernal.
Present.
Oh, thank you. George Blumenthal.
Here.
Linda Boxer.
Present.
Allison Brashear.
Here.
Deborah Deese.
Here.
Anne-Marie Dulege.
Yes.
Isabel Duron.
Here.
Judy Gasson.
Here.
Larry Goldstein.
Yo.
David Higgins.
Here.
Steve Julesgaard.
Yeah.
Linda Malkus.
Here.
Dave Martin.
I'm
Shlomo
here, but I
Melman?
didn't hear
Oh.
I didn't hear the motion.
Oh no, this is just for attendance.
Oh, I'm here. Yes. All right.
Thank
Sorry.
you.
Here.
It's okay. Shlomo Melmed.
Here.
Lauren Miller Rogan.
Here.
Adriana Padilla.
Here.
Joe Panetta.
Here.
Francisco Prieto.
Here.
Robert Quint.
Here.
Al Rolette.
Here.
Suzanne Sandmeyer.
Here.
Oz Stewart.
Here.
Jonathan Thomas.
Here.
Art Torres.
Here.
Christina Vori.
Here.
Diane Winokur. Keith Yamamoto.
Here.
Wow, we have almost a full house. That's fantastic.
Wow.
Outstanding. Thank you, everybody, for being here. This will be, I think, a most interesting session. They all are, but this is particularly so. So our first order of business is we have a new member of the board, which is Larry Goldstein. We need to, Larry, swear you in. So if you could raise your right hand and repeat after me, please. I state your name.
I, Lawrence Goldstein,
Do solemnly swear or affirm
do solemnly swear or affirm
that I will support and defend
that I will support and defend
the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the State of California
the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the State of California
against all enemies, foreign and domestic,
against all enemies, foreign and domestic,
that I will bear true faith and allegiance to the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the State of California,
that I will bear true faith to the Constitution of the United States and the State of California,
that I take this obligation freely
that I take this obligation freely
without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion,
without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion,
and that I will well and faithfully discharge
and that I will well and faithfully discharge
the duties upon which I am about to enter.
the duties upon which I am about to enter.
Congratulations, you are now officially a member of the ICOC.
Great, thank you, JT.
That oath, very, very interesting. We just heard that last week, pretty much, in
Yes.
a different form. Larry, it's always customary when new board members join to have them say a few words about themselves. So if you would do that by way of introduction to the rest of the board.
Yes, I'm primarily have been in the past a lab scientist with a group that used stem cells to develop models of Alzheimer's disease in a dish and to search for drugs, one of which we're about to put into clinical trials. I'm a distinguished professor at UC San Diego in 2 departments, cell and molecular medicine and neurosciences. I also was the founding director of the UCSD stem cell program, the founding director of the Sanford Stem Cell Clinical Center, and the founding scientific director of the Sanford Consortium for Regenerative Medicine, the only position that I'm retaining. I also have an appointment as a senior advisor for stem cell research and policy to David Brenner, who is the vice chancellor of health sciences at UC San Diego. I've also been the co-chair of the scientific advisory board to Prop 71 and more recently Prop 14, both of which we all are delighted to know have been passed. And I guess I would just stress my long history of working with stem cells in the lab, and I bring that perspective to what we will do. So that's it, JT.
Thanks very much, Larry, and your perspective will be most welcome, and we're very happy to have you aboard. So thank you for your interest, and we look forward to working with you. Okay, we're going on to action items now. The first of which is consideration of appointment of members to the Accessibility and Affordability Working Group. As you may recall, at our last meeting, we mentioned that that Art and Maria Bonneville and I are in the process of determining appointments to that body. I'm going to just read a very brief couple paragraphs here to the board, just to give you a background on today's appointee. So as you know, Prop 14 created the Treatments and Cures Accessibility and Affordability Working Group, or the AAWG, to recommend policies and programs to the board to enhance access to and the affordability of treatments and cures arising from CIRM-funded research for California patients. The AAWG is comprised of 17 members, 7 members of the board, including the chair and vice chair, and 10 outside experts. Pursuant to Health and Safety Code, you can tell this part's from James, section 125290.75, and I expect everybody to remember that. The chair and vice chair of the board are required to nominate members of the AAWG for approval by the board. To date, the board has appointed the following board members to the AAWG, which you'll recall from our December meeting, those being Dan Bernal, Allison Brashear, David Higgins, Adriana Padilla, and Al Rolette. In addition, the board appointed James DiBenedetti, the Director of Plan Management of Covered California, who fills the seat for an expert in California's public insurance program. We now wish to nominate Dana L. Dornsife, the founder and CEO of the Lazarex Cancer Foundation, to fill the seat for a representative from a philanthropic organization who has experience assisting patients in clinical trial access and affordability, or with access to and the affordability of innovative therapies. As the founder and CEO of Lazarex, Ms. Dornsife has worked to improve the outcome of cancer care, giving hope, dignity, and life to advanced stage cancer patients and the medically underserved by providing assistance with costs for FDA clinical trial participation, identification of clinical trial options, community outreach, and engagement. Everybody, the copy of Ms. Dornsife's CV is posted on the website. And so with that, would like to entertain a motion to formally appoint Dana Dornsife to the AAWG. Do I hear a motion to that effect? Moved by Senator Torres.
Second.
Seconded by, who's that?
Francisco, yes.
Yeah. Is there any discussion by members of the board?
Yes. I just wanted to add a few elements to Dana's resume. Her philanthropic contributions are statewide. She's on the President's Council of the UCSF. She's also a USC Brain and Creativity Institute board member for many years, since 2008, quite frankly. And she's an excellent public speaker, which I think will be to our advantage as we move forward to educate the public about the affordability and accessibility of our future treatments, which I'm very much looking forward to. And I think she would be a tremendous asset to our work and to our vision.
Thank you, Senator Torres. Are there other comments by members of the board? Hearing none, are there any public comments? Hearing none, Maria, will you please call the roll?
Dan Bernal,
Yes.
George Blumenthal,
Yes.
Linda Boxer,
Yes.
Allison Brashear,
Yes.
Deborah Deese,
Yes.
Anne Marie Dulege,
Yes.
Isabel Duron,
Yes.
Judy Gasson,
Yes.
Larry Goldstein. Larry, you're on mute.
Yes, you're right. Yes.
Thank you. David Higgins,
Yes.
Steve Julesgard,
Yes.
Linda Malkus,
Yes.
Dave Martin,
yes,
Shlomo Melmed, Dr. Melmed, I think you might be on mute.
Here I am. Okay, yes.
Thank you. Lauren Miller Rogan,
Yes.
Adriana Padilla,
Yes.
Joe Panetta,
Yes.
Francisco Prieto,
Aye.
Robert Quint,
Yes.
Al Rolette,
Yes.
Suzanne Sandmeyer,
Yes.
Oz Stewart,
Yes.
Jonathan Thomas,
Yes.
Art Torres,
Aye.
Christina Vori,
Yes.
Diane Winokur, Keith Yamamoto.
Yes.
I think you're, oh, thank you. The motion carries.
Thank you, Maria. Just for the benefit of members of the board, Art, Maria, and I have been talking to a number of other potential appointees to the AAWG, and we'll have more on that at our next board meeting. Okay, we go on to item number 5, consideration of adoption of interim conflict of interest policy for advisory task forces. This is an item that James will lead. James?
You, JT, bear with me for one moment while I share my screen. Good morning, board members, members of the CIRM team, and members of the public. We are here today to discuss one new feature of Prop 14, which is a provision that authorizes the chair and the president to establish advisory task forces to advise the board on matters within CIRM's jurisdiction, such as scientific matters, ethical, technical, and financial matters. As the name implies, these task forces are advisory only. They are not involved in making any decisions, and they in fact are expressly prohibited from reviewing or commenting upon any application for funding. So under state law, as well as under Prop 14, they're not subject to the state conflict of interest laws. But because we obviously have an interest in ensuring that even the advice we get is free from bias, Prop 14 requires CIRM to adopt conflict of interest rules similar to the working group rules to govern members of advisory task forces. As JT noted, I do like to cite my code sections, and as you'll see here, one feature of Prop 71 authorizes CIRM to adopt interim regulations. So typically regulations have to go through a lengthy process under the Administrative Procedure Act before they take effect. But in recognition of the fact that CIRM has an urgent mission, Prop 71 authorized the board to adopt interim regulations to take effect immediately and to remain in effect for 270 days unless earlier superseded by a regulation adopted pursuant to the Administrative Procedure Act. This is important for us in this case because the chair and President Milan would like to move forward with the appointment of an advisory task force to advise them on scientific matters. So we need to ensure that conflict rules are in place before that advisory group is convened. So we are here today to request that the board adopt proposed interim conflict rules for the advisory group members. These rules are modeled on the working group conflict of interest rules, which Prop 71 specifies are based on NIH rules. Prop 14 supplements that by requiring the board to review the conflict of interest rules to seek alignment with conflict of interest rules adopted by the National Academy of Sciences. So the rules we've proposed today rely on both NIH as well as National Academy of Sciences conflict standards. They require both disqualification, disclosure, and a prohibition. As you'll see, members under the proposed rule would be prohibited from deriving any direct financial benefit through a CIRM award, either as a result of acting as a PI on award or as an investigator on a team. The rules would also require disclosure by members of advisory task force focused on the types of interests that might be at issue, given the fact that they're not reviewing specific applications. So this would include income of $5,000 or more received from an academic or nonprofit research institution located in California in the last 12 months, investments of $5,000 or more held by the member or his or her spouse in public biotechnology and pharmaceutical companies that are primarily focused on stem cell or genetic research and therapy development. And members would be required to disqualify themselves if one of their financial interests was involved in a decision before the task force, unless similar to NIH rules, the president of CIRM were to make the determination that the need for the member's expertise outweighed any possible bias resulting from the member's interest. So we would request that the board by motion approve the interim conflict of interest rules for members of the advisory task force and authorize the CIRM team to initiate a rulemaking to adopt these rules as permanent regulations pursuant to the Administrative Procedure Act. I'll turn it back to you.
Thank you, James. Do I hear a motion to approve?
So moved. Isabel?
So moved by Ms. Dalones. Is there a second?
Second, Keith.
Seconded by Dr. Yamamoto. Is there any discussion by members of the board?
JT? Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
Isabel here. I'm just wanted to say that I really appreciate this conflict of interest proposal. I think that the public needs to be reassured that we have the interest of the public and patients at heart, that this is not about self-investment. I think they're also becoming much more understanding about these issues. They're much more, they care much more about these kinds of issues. And I think that it's good that we, at this stage, get ahead of the curve and recognize that our duty is to the public, and for no other reason are we here. Thank you.
Thank you. Comments, other comments by members of the board? Hearing none, any public comment? Hearing none, Maria, please call the roll.
Dan Bernal,
Yes.
George Blumenthal,
Yes.
Linda Boxer,
Yes.
Allison Brashear,
Yes.
Deborah Deese,
Yes.
Anne Marie Dulege,
Yes.
Isabel Dudon,
Yes.
Judy Gasson, Larry Goldstein,
Yes.
David Higgins,
Yes.
Steve Julesgard,
Yes.
Linda Malkus,
Yes.
David Martin,
Yes.
Shlomo Melmed,
Yes.
Lauren Miller Rogan,
Yes.
Adriana Padilla,
Yes.
Joe Panetta,
Yes.
Francisco Prieto,
Aye.
Robert Quint, Al Rolette,
Yes.
Suzanne Sandmeyer,
Yes.
Oz Stewart,
Yes.
Jonathan Thomas,
Yes.
Art Torres,
Aye.
Christina Vori,
Yes.
Diane Winiker, Keith Yamamoto.
Yes.
The motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you, Maria. Okay, so that concludes our brief action item list. We're now getting to sort of the main topic for today's board meeting. As you know, and as we have discussed and seen in previous write-ups from James, Prop 14 has a number of elements in it that build on those in Prop 71 and add to them and or introduce new programs to be implemented under the terms of the measure. We wanted to devote most of this meeting to a review of the new elements in Prop 14 and to have the board get a chance to have its first input on those new elements. All of this is in a continuum of discussions that the board is having with Dr. Milan and the team towards developing the strategic plan for the next 5 years. So the format for this is going to be, James has prepared a presentation on the new elements of Prop 14, and he's going to go through it. And as he introduces each new concept, we will pause and have a chance for the board to comment and discuss. This will not by any means be the last opportunity to do so. As you know, among other things, in March, we're going to have a board retreat in which we'll get into these and other items in more detail. But I thought this was a very good opportunity for the board to sort of get first blush look at the changes in some detail. So having said that, James, if you would proceed from there.
Sure. Let me share my screen and add that Dr. Milan, following my presentation, will offer the CIRM team's initial thoughts on some of the new programs that I'll be highlighting today.
And James, if I can just add before you get to your presentation, once James has gone through the presentation, Dr. Milan will have comments on a number of the elements in there for further discussion. So we'll do those in sequence. So thank you, James.
Thanks for bearing with me as I deal with Zoom and screen sharing. Good morning once again. As JT said, today I will walk you through some of the major changes resulting from Prop 14. But before I begin, I think it's important to set the context, because as Dr. Goldstein and JT have mentioned, obviously Prop 14 builds on an incredible foundation established by Prop 71, which California voters approved 16 years ago now, overwhelmingly in November of 2004. And I think it's fair to say that Prop 71 is the infrastructure upon which Prop 14 was built. And many of the elements of Prop 14, with one significant exception, expand upon programs that CIRM initiated under Prop 71. As you all know, though it was a close election, more than 8.5 million California voters approved Prop 14 and authorized $5.5 billion in additional general obligation bond funding for CIRM operations and awards. The measure makes both substantive and technical changes to Prop 71. Included with the agenda packet today is an annotated copy of the initiative in which I've tried to highlight these changes if you'd like to review them yourselves. It does impose some new requirements with respect to the allocation of the $5.5 billion it authorizes, which I will highlight. And as I said, many of you will recognize some of the elements of Prop 14 because they spring from programs that the CIRM board has previously approved. I'm just going to highlight the most significant changes and then walk through each of them in a little bit more detail. As I said, it establishes new programs, and you will recognize many of them. The one significant new program that Prop 14 establishes that was not a part of Prop 71 is a fourth working group. As you know, CIRM has had the benefit of outside expertise and the efforts of patient advocates, members of the board who have served on the grants working group, all of which you are familiar with. CIRM also had the benefit of the facilities working group, which made recommendations with respect to facilities awards, and the standards working group, which has worked diligently to ensure that CIRM adopts the highest ethical standards to govern the research it funds. Prop 14 establishes a new working group, which it calls the Treatments and Cures Accessibility and Affordability Working Group, to focus, as the name suggests, on issues of accessibility and affordability, both to clinical trials as well as to treatments and cures that arise from CIRM-funded research. Prop 14 also expands the scope of what CIRM can fund, which I will discuss in more detail. Importantly, the measure specifically earmarks no less than $1.5 billion for research involving diseases and conditions of the brain and central nervous system. This is a bit of a departure from Prop 71, which did not earmark funding for any specific disease or condition, but the $1.5 billion is a goal in Prop 14 to ensure that these conditions receive their fair share of research funding, given the number of people who are affected by them. Prop 14 also expands the size of the board and allows for removal of board members. It makes some significant governance and administrative changes. It makes some changes to CIRM's review process. It imposes a new obligation on the board to review accountability requirements every 4 years and requires the adoption of certain new standards. The $5.5 billion is allocated pursuant to a relatively complex formula designating the funds for research, administration, and facilities. It includes some important bond terms that I'll discuss. And then finally, one of the significant changes it makes is to earmark royalties that arise from CIRM-funded research for access and affordability. Let me touch briefly on the new programs that that Prop 14 creates. As you all know, CIRM currently has an alpha stem cell clinics program with 5 funded centers. Prop 14 requires the expansion of the alpha stem cell clinic program in an effort to enhance access to clinical trials and treatments. It also establishes what it calls community care centers of excellence, and requires CIRM to make awards in this area, again, to enhance access to clinical trials and treatments, with an emphasis on geographically diverse centers, recognizing that the alpha stem cell clinics are located near major population areas which are difficult for some patients in more remote areas of the state to access. Appropriately enough, given Chairman Thomas's comments earlier.
James, could I just stop you for 1 second? I think that I'd like to kind of take these things in turn, if we could, because it would be a little difficult to come back after you've gone through your whole presentation here. So if you beg my indulgence here. Do we have I will note that the Community Care Centers of Excellence, this is going to be something that the board is going to talk a lot about as the plans for it are being developed. But I wanted to see if there are any preliminary comments anybody on the board has with respect to expansion of the Alpha Stem Cell Clinic program, or any preliminary thoughts on community care centers, particularly as they seek to get access to the underserved in the state. Do we have comments from members of the board on either of these items?
Mr. Chairman, Isabel here. I think it's really crucial that in the development of the community care centers, we be able to review the plans and know maybe and even hear from people from the community care centers and from and their engagement in their local communities, so we know that they are in fact reflecting the concerns and the needs of those local communities, that they're very geographically pinpointed, that they understand the demographics of that area, that they understand issues that those areas might be facing, and that they're very sensitive to that, and that there are spokesmen from those local areas that have input into both the development as well as the utilization of this program. I think it's really crucial. I think it brings the public and the taxpayer back into the solution and the recognition that this is there truly to help them and serve them.
Thank you. That sort of raises a larger concept, which is as these new programs are being discussed and developed, we, as always, will seek stakeholder input for whatever the program might be. As Ms. Thurone just indicated, that this would be a prime example. And so we will welcome input from whomever would like to advise on this matter, as all of that will help inform us how we proceed from here. Other comments by members of the board?
Yes,
this is Al Roulette.
Okay.
Yes, Mr. Roulette.
My comment is to endorse what you just said. And prior to the development of a plan, my input would be that you solicit stakeholders that represent the constituents of our state and our board in the development of a plan. I think that it advances the goals of the proposition, and it really does support the importance of transparency in this very important process in serving the unserved and the those who are not served as well in our state. So thank you for saying that.
Thank you, Mr. Roulette. Other comments?
Yes, this is Deborah Dees. As it relates to the Community Care Centers of Excellence, I'm just wondering if this will be initiated at the level where we have these geographically diverse populations, or will it be initiated from the current Alpha Stem Cell clinics? Because as we look across the state, there are large pockets of areas which do not have access to these clinical trials and treatments. And therefore, would that idea or the centers germinate from those areas, or would the Alpha Clinic reach out to collaborate with those areas?
So that's an excellent question, Dr. Dees. I think the answer to that is this is this aims to be, and James, at every point, please step in here as one of the drafters of the measure as to sort of what the thought was on questions like this. But the object of this, I think, is to create sort of a statewide integrated whole program that features both the Alpha clinics and the community care centers of excellence that work in an integrated fashion, and as respects who the driving force is going to be behind the establishment of the community care centers, that's something that we need to discuss. But the end result is to have this sort of seamless network throughout the state that accesses everybody who needs attention. So, James, do you have a thought on this?
I think that's an accurate way to describe it, JT. The language of the statute is not prescriptive, Dr. Deese, so there is a fair amount of latitude that CIRM has in designing a program to serve the goals of patients across the state. The real kind of driving criteria here is to try to accomplish geographic diversity.
Right, and I think that is really key, that we have a network and establish where these regions are, where the centers should be. Otherwise, we can inadvertently and unintentionally perpetuate disparities if we just wait for alpha centers to determine where they want to collaborate to increase access to clinical trials. If we go ahead and with that network map out in the state where we have these disparities where people do not have access to clinical trials and treatment, and say we need community care centers in this area, that area, whatever, and then the alpha centers will need to collaborate with those areas to raise up those community care centers of excellence. Otherwise, we may have some unintentional consequences.
Thank you. That's a very important point. Other comments by members of the board?
Yes, if I may. When we were drafting this language, because I participated in the affordability accessibility working group, especially because I felt that was very, very important, and James and Bob really put it forward. But what I also found out during the campaign, on my own time, not at state expense, I was able to receive in the travels via Zoom and communication with people as to the need, as Dean Deese has indicated, for geographic redistribution. In other words, the lack of accessibility and affordability to services and ultimately our treatments are going to be aligned in the same way that we have denied accessibility to rural California, which includes a lot of farm workers and African Americans, to the Inland Empire, which again includes a large population of African American and Latino residents, and obviously to the Coachella Valley and Imperial County. So those are the underserved, some, not all, there are many others in far Northern California as well, in the poor white areas of our state, that we need to be sensitive to. And the whole purpose of these community care clinics was to enhance what already exists. In other words, not replicate the jurisdiction or the reach of the alpha stem cell clinics, but really truly develop new initiatives that will reach out to make the treatments that we have available. And that starts with the clinical trials. That leads to affordability and accessibility to the treatments that may emerge from those clinical trials and the FDA. So all of that is composite. So I just appreciate the remarks that have been made by all of you who have spoken. And just to reiterate, that was our intent when we put this language in here in terms of the community care centers and how we can utilize that vehicle for more accessibility statewide.
Thank you, Senator Torres. I believe Dr. Pragier is next.
I just want to say that I agree with the comments of Deborah Dees and Senator Torres. I mean, this is a chance to pivot towards an inclusive, transparent programs for health equity. And one of the things about the clinical trials is it means that we need to get out into the community and bring these trials to them rather than just waiting for people to come to the alpha stem cell clinic. So I think this is a really great initiative and one that over the next couple of years will mean that our patients who may not be used to being in clinical trials and used to be getting these cutting edge treatments will see this as not only something they're interested in, but almost commonplace for their particular diseases.
Thank you. Other comments by members of the board?
This is Adriana.
Dr. Padilla?
Yes, I just wanted to comment and agree with everything that was said. But for transparency issues, could the new regulations also allow for perhaps maybe a transparent needs analysis so that the state of California populations can be aware of how the determination is being made for establishing outreach centers that is more equitable to both the location, the financial, and the ethnic representation of the members of California. So could we do a call for proposals to do a needs analysis for where these new centers might be located?
Well, that's a very interesting suggestion, Dr. Padilla. Let's further discuss that. I think all of these comments getting at identifying the areas that mandate attention is spot on and directly underlies the whole idea of this new program. So we'll incorporate all these comments and have further discussion on the best way to go about making sure that happens. Dr. Sandmeyer?
Yeah, could maybe Art comment a little bit on whether there's any kind of a connection that's formalized between the Centers of Excellence and the Affordability and Access Grant Program?
You're on mute, Art.
The question again?
Just whether there was imagined to be a formal connection between the grant program for access and affordability, which gets quite a bit of funding, and these centers of excellence. So is there a link between the sort of the three points of the triangle, if you will, the centers, the alpha stem cell clinics, and then these grants? Is that formal?
It's not formal, but I think it'll evolve as Maria and I put the strategy together for the working group, because it's all involved in a excuse me, it's all involved in a global approach to this issue. And so I think that's going to take time as we ferret out the priorities, but clearly there has to be a relationship. As our dean from UC Davis said, especially in respect to clinical trials, that we have to provide outreach to communities that aren't going to be able to drive to LA or other places where we've had traditional clinical trials, so that these community care centers offer that availability.
Thank you.
Okay. Any other comments by members of the board on this item? Okay. Thank you, everybody. I just note for members of the public who are on the call here that public comment will be entertained on all elements following Dr. Milan's presentation at the end of Mr. Harrison's presentation. James, on to point number 2.
Thanks, JT. The second new program that Prop 14 establishes, or more appropriately reestablishes, are training and fellowship programs. as some of you know, and as Dr. Prieto and Dr. Stewart will recall, the very first awards that CIRM made back in 2005 were training grant awards, one of which led to the training of Dr. Rossi, which JT referred to earlier, the co-founder of Moderna. Prop 14 reestablishes this program, which was terminated in approximately 2012 after those grant terms ran their course. There are two elements of the training and fellowship programs, and the terminology is a little bit confusing because Prop 14 refers to training awards, which really are the CIRM Bridges program. So these are awards to train undergraduates in technical careers in stem cell research and other vital research opportunities identified by the board, and to provide fellowships to master's students for advanced degrees. Prop 14 does make clear that there is the opportunity for collaboration with industry through sponsored internship. What CIRM referred to in 2005 as its training awards under Prop 14 are referred to as fellowship awards. And this is a program designed to provide funding to academic and nonprofit research institutions to support graduate, postdoc, and medical students in stem cell research and other vital research opportunities. And it specifically referenced the possibility of collaboration through the Alpha Stem Cell Clinics or the Community Care Centers of Excellence as part of the fellowship. JT, I'll pause there and turn it back to you.
So, thank you, James. So we're going to divert slightly from our sequence here on this particular item as Dr. Milan and Dr. Shepard have comments giving sort of more background on these programs when we get to their presentation. And I would like to have those comments made before the board discusses this particular item, as I think that will better inform the conversation. So James, if you could move on to the next item, please.
Yes, the other new program under Prop 14, again, will be familiar to some of you since it builds upon one of CIRM's initial programs. This is the Shared Labs program, which is designed to provide funding to academic and nonprofit research institutions for specialized labs to conduct stem cell research, including instrumentation, cell lines, culture materials, as well as training and instruction in research methods and technologies. The one specific aspect of the program designed to promote collaboration and access is a requirement that the shared lab awardees provide an access plan for researchers at neighboring institutions, both for purposes of accessing the training classes as well as for the conduct of research. Importantly, as I'll discuss a little bit later, Prop 14 does allocate some facilities funding to build, equip, and operate the community care centers of excellence, as well as to build and equip shared labs.
So this goes back to the early days again, and I wondered, without putting you guys on the spot, Dr. Stewart or Dr. Prieto, if you have thoughts on the shared labs as it was in its first iteration and going forward as well, since you guys are the seasoned veterans who lived this in real time back in the early days.
Oz, do you want to go first?
Sure, I can. Yeah, I think that, you know, the shared labs certainly played an important function at the time in, I think, what I would call the launch of the really new technologies that everybody was trying to deploy. And going forward, I think that those shared labs could play that role again, in addition, of course, to the roles that we've already talked about in terms of the training and engagement of people in these new technologies. And I think really importantly, beginning to think in let's call it CIRM terms. I love it. Meaning that there's a goal out there, there's an urgency, and CIRM does science in a different way than other organizations in terms of that that focus on the prize, so to speak, getting it done for the patient. So I think that that was one of the reasons that the shared labs were a success. Just getting into that environment and experience things in a perhaps different way than people had before. Thank you.
JT, sorry.
Yeah.
JD. I want to just pick up what Oz just said about training. We did consider in previous iterations of our long-term planning formalizing training in terms of training programs and having formal fellowships and postdocs. Is this going to be part of this initiative, or are we going to have a separate training initiative? Because the training formalization, both for postdocs and for clinical fellows, I think should be formalized, and we would be in a very unique situation of creating the first such accredited programs probably in the world based on stem cell medicine.
Dr. Melamed, we're going to table that question until we get to the part of Dr. Milan's presentation dealing with the training program. So we will discuss that in detail, if that's okay. Dr. Prieto on shared labs.
Yeah, well, not just on shared labs. I thought Oz might be able to speak more brilliantly than I on that topic, but it was an important part of our early steps, and I really wanted to talk more about the training programs. Early on, we had a pretty robust conversation with folks from the CSU and the California Community College systems about these training programs, about pipeline issues, and really this touches on a lot of things, even on health equity that we were talking about a few minutes ago. Because if you want to bring all of California into the mainstream, you have to involve all the communities of California in this. And I think the community care centers of excellence are part of that conversation. We should be talking with people from Covered California about, how does this interact with the rest of our healthcare system? So I'm glad to see this happening. It is a little bit full circle, and I think it's a good thing.
Thank you, Dr. Prieto. I note that Dr. Di Benedetti, who was appointed to the AAWG, is the Covered California person on that entity. So we'll certainly get that perspective amongst many others. Other comments on the shared lab item by members of the board?
Mr. Chairman, Isabel here, just to talk about shared. Francisco lit the fire under me thinking that I love the idea of addressing pipeline. And I think that if there's another partner you might bring into this, that might be a great place to put these community care centers, and that is the California Primary Care Association, which represents 1,300 clinics in California that serve the most vulnerable of our populations, 1 in 7 Californians. They could be excellent partners around this issue. Some of them even have their own IRBs and attempt to do research. So there is some real possibilities, because you'll probably find them in communities where there are not great, research centers, and they might be the great links that you're looking for multiple reasons.
Very good suggestion. Thank you.
JT, Keith here.
Yeah.
I would just like to learn a little bit about how this program was utilized and how it was successful in quantitative ways. How many laboratories were accessed in this way? how many shared lab grants were given and how were they utilized, what kinds of trainees came into those environments and so forth.
So I do, Dr. Milan, do you have any idea on that?
Chairman Thomas, that'll be part of our presentation. So after this discussion, which is extremely useful, thank you so much. This is a great discussion. We'll be providing some more kind of background information for programs that have been identified where there were, some legacy formats of these programs, and that will be also very informative. So the shared labs kind of output will be part of that presentation.
Okay, great. Thanks, Maria.
Thank you. Other comments by members of the board?
Yes, this is Deborah Dees. I really like the requirement of the shared labs providing the access to researchers from neighboring institutions. And those institutions that come to mind include the community, colleges. Therefore, I would also be careful not to tie in the training program at the postdoc level with the shared labs. We can do both, have postdocs in the shared labs, but it doesn't preclude people, trainees that are not postdoc, because if we did that, then we hamper the pipeline. And I'd like to see from those community colleges, students at various levels being able to benefit from the experience in these shared labs, as well as faculty at those institutions.
Thank you, Dr. Dees. And again, that point we'll revisit when we get to the presentation on training, Dr. Milan, a little bit later. Other comments by members of the board? Okay, thank you. James, next item.
So we've discussed the three legacy programs upon which Prop 14 built: the Alpha Stem Cell Clinic, Community Care Centers of Excellence, the Training and Fellowship Program, and the Shared Labs. The one uniquely new element of Prop 14 is the establishment of the Treatment and Cures Accessibility and Affordability Working Group. This is a new direction for CIRM to be responsible for establishing this group to consider issues of access and affordability, to recommend policies and programs with an eye towards enhancing access to CIRM-funded clinical trials and treatments and cures that arise from CIRM-funded research, as well as to consider issues of affordability. As the chair mentioned earlier, the new working group is composed of 17 members, 5 members of the board, the chair and the vice chair of the board, as well as 10 outside experts in areas like coverage, reimbursement, healthcare delivery, patient access, and healthcare economics. So the working group will have the benefit of broad expertise on these issues as it considers recommending policies and programs to the board in an effort to enhance the accessibility and affordability of CIRM-funded treatments and cures. It is important to note that in addition to establishing the working group, Prop 14 allocates funding for research consulting awards in the area of accessibility and affordability. And it also provides for the review of applications for funding by the Accessibility and Affordability Working Group, similar to the function that the Grants Working Group plays with respect to research awards. And it provides for the board to make all final decisions with respect to those research consulting awards. JT, I'll turn it back to you.
James, could you also comment on it provides for hiring additional members of the CIRM team. Could you address that as well?
Yes, that's correct. It provides, it allocates funding for administrative support of the accessibility and affordability working group. It provides for the hiring of up to 15 employees to support that effort.
Okay, thank you. This is a this working group is a work in progress. We get a lot of questions about this because this is absolutely crucial new part of what we're going to be doing going forward as we head into the era of increasing clinical trials and the development of treatments and cures. I've asked Senator Torres to chair this working group, and we have been, as I mentioned earlier, in the process of identifying the board members and which are we named, as well as the additional 10 members, and we'll have a number of new members to present to you for consideration at the next meeting. The working group is going to, once it convenes, have to deal with its own sort of strategic planning and operational planning, et cetera, and hiring of the up to 15 new members of the CIRM team to support it. All of that is down the road at this point and will take a little while to put together and implement. But I just wanted to give you that additional background, and I open up the topic to comments by members of the board. Let's not be shy. Senator Torres, maybe you'd like to make some comments about this?
No, I think pretty self-evident. So we'll just continue to report back to the board as we make more appointments, and then move forward with our strategic plan that Maria and I will be working on together, as well as you.
Okay. Other comments by members of the board? Okay, hearing none, let's move on to the next topic.
One of the significant changes Prop 14 makes is to afford CIRM additional flexibility with respect to the categories of research the agency funds. Under existing law, or I should say pre-existing law, CIRM was limited to funding stem cell research and what were termed other vital research opportunities. Other vital research opportunities were considered stem cell related opportunities that came with the recommendation of 2/3 of the members of the working groups. Prop 14 changes this in several ways. First, it includes genetic research within the scope of CIRM funding. So it defines stem cell discovery research to include genetic research, making it automatically within scope for CIRM awards. Another interesting change made by Prop 14 is to expand the scope of awards across the research spectrum. Previously, Prop 71 provided that CIRM could make awards for research, therapy development, and clinical trials. Prop 14 expands that to include awards for therapy delivery, but does not offer additional definition or guidance with respect to what that might entail, affording CIRM significant discretion to define its mission in that area. Importantly, Prop 14 authorizes the board by majority vote to designate a research category as a vital research opportunity, meaning that the board has the power to expand the scope of CIRM-funded research beyond stem cell and genetic research. Prop 14 offers 2 examples of vital research opportunities: personalized medicine and aging as a pathology. Once the board has designated a research category as a vital research opportunity, it is within scope for purposes of funding, meaning that it does not need the recommendation of 2/3 of the members of the working group in order for the agency to fund it. And JT, I'll pause there and turn it back to you.
Okay. Any comments on this particular page? Obviously, each of these things references broad categories that we will be considering going forward. So there'll be lots of discussion as we get into specifics, but any sort of general comments on this page?
This is Judy, and I had a question in terms of genetic research.
You got a lot of static there.
Oh, sorry about that. Is that better?
Not really.
Okay.
Might try again, see how it goes.
Okay, trying again.
Yes, perfect.
Oh, good. I just had a question about genetic research and whether that is referring specifically to gene therapy or if it's referring broadly to basic science looking at genetic alterations in disease.
Okay, we started to hear you and then you sort of faded out. If you could just please repeat that question.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. I had a question on what is covered by genetic research, whether it's specifically referring to gene therapy, or if it also more broadly would include fundamental work looking at genetic alterations in human disease.
James, I don't know if you could hear that.
I could. Dr. Gasson asked whether genetic research was specifically limited to gene therapy or was broader than that. And the answer is that it is not defined. So at least it's not defined by Prop 14. So it's within CIRM's discretion to determine how broadly to construe the scope of that funding opportunity.
Thank you very much.
Other questions by members or comments by members of the board?
JT?
Yes.
Yeah, you know, I have some concerns. I don't want to weigh in too much here as a kind of a short timer, but I do have some concerns about not necessarily mission creep, but defining for particularly the grants working group where discussions around these issues are often held, what we really consider to be vital research opportunities. You know, remembering the original language of Prop 14 as well as the new proposition, looking for opportunities to do things that aren't being done elsewhere. You know, I think this is one of the reasons we've had great successes. We really pioneered something that was not being done in any major way in other institutions until California got the ball rolling. You know, we don't want to be duplicating what other people are doing. I don't think there's too much danger of that, but we need to provide some guidance for the GWG when they're actually, you know, when the rubber meets the road and they're evaluating grant applications.
Yes, I think that's right. I do think by the language of the proposition, Dr. Prieto, that it aims to, at the board's discretion, increase the scope of what might qualify as a VRO. So I think that as we go along, the board will want to have a real discussion on that topic. And obviously, this isn't meant to open up the universe to a wide range of things that have no relevance to the field, but it will likely entail a slightly enlarged version of what's acceptable, but definitely do need to have that discussion and absolutely do need to provide guidance to the GWG. Thank you. Other comments by members of the board?
Mr. Chairman, Isabel here. To Francisco's point, in my mind, course, because I work around genetic research as well. So, but where I see is the difference that CIRM can make is, and something that we have now attempted to include in our research applications, and that is a real focused and concentrated effort to make sure that all research is inclusive of communities of color and vulnerable populations who have not benefited from research, much less advanced research. And I think that if we show examples and models of what that really looks like in practice, because we are keeping researchers' feet to the fire on these issues, that to me is the new model. There just hasn't been enough focus on this. There hasn't been any consequence for ignoring that kind of requirement in our applications. And to me, in my mind, I don't care which area of research, it is that we require researchers to respect and to do something about under-researched populations so that they could be brought into the norm of care and treatment and advanced care. That's all I have to say.
Thank you. Other comments by members of the board?
Dr. Bashir has a question or a comment.
Isabel's point, is that hard coded into the requirements of the applications? And so saying how you're going to extend it to a broader community, be inclusive of all communities, is that hard coded in the application? Is it mandated to have a part in that?
So we've had a lot of discussion on this. Dr. Milan, would you like to speak to that point?
Absolutely. So Dr. Bashir, currently there is a section of all applications for program announcements that are open, where the researchers are required to outline their plan that address diversity, equity, and inclusion that are appropriate for the type of program they're doing, whether it's in the basic science, translational, clinical stage. And that is something that's now part of the application and will be brought in front of the review panel, the GWG, as well as the board. And the board will be able to also have programmatic discussions on those topics.
Could someone comment on how dynamic these VROs are? So once established, is it sort of a standing VRO, or are they more on a case-by-case basis? Like those examples, are they standing VROs already, or is that a for instance?
No, to date, the VRO has been very case-by-case specific. And we've had not that many instances where they've been actually considered by the GWG, but they've been very defined with respect to scope and the particulars of the application in question. I think that this is something that we will have additional discussion on as to how broad going forward the categories may be. James, again, what was the thought of the framers on that particular question?
Yeah, to be clear, there's nothing automatic about research opportunities. Yeah. It would require board action to designate a category of research. Even the examples that were offered in Prop 14, personalized medicine and aging as a pathology, as vital research opportunities before those categories of research could become eligible for funding. So that would have to be an express decision made by the board before additional research categories could be the subject of CIRM awards.
So people wouldn't apply sort of with that being able to assert themselves as a VRO, or would?
Correct. I think the notion is that the board would first act to designate some new opportunity, as Dr. Prieto mentioned, which is being currently underserved as a vital research opportunity, the CIRM team would develop a concept plan and a program announcement which would define the terms of eligibility. So there's nothing automatic, and CIRM will not be accepting applications for vital research opportunities prior to the board's decision to grant that status and the issuance of a program announcement in that area.
Thank you.
I think that's a very, very important question. I think Suzanne raises a very, very important question for this board. Probably the most significant scientific direction and strategy that we could offer is, in fact, in this example. And I think we should really delineate a process by which the board will be able to prioritize VROs. We're going to get inundated with all of our inputs as to favorite topics for VROs. And I think that it's very important that we have a rigorous and a transparent process to prioritize VROs. This will become the most important strategic driver, I think, for the future of our support.
Thank you. Thank you all. Other comments by members of the board?
JT Keith here. I agree with these points that have been made about VROs, but I would also like to just go back up to the top of this slide to maybe consider genetic research broadening of the scope of CIRM funding. What's stated is that stem cell discovery research would include genetic research. Genetic research, of course, is extremely broad. And so concerns about mission creep, to me, would really begin to extend to concerns about a departure from mission overall. And there's a lot of research that could be classified as genetic research, and to just include that big bundle as stem cell discovery research without further discrimination. I have some concerns that we would again be flooded with applications that really have nothing to do with stem cell discovery, but are very valid genetic research projects. I'm not opposed to the fact that CIRM would broaden its scope to include exciting new genetic research. But it is I think, important for us to consider what the challenges that would be incumbent on broadening it to that extent without discrimination. So I guess my question is maybe learn a little bit more about what the intent was in the framing of this element, and whether the grants working groups would have some discretion in terms of being able to assess whether a given genetic research project really was within scope of what CIRM's primary mission is.
Could I just add something, JT? This is Oz, or maybe make a comment here.
Yes, please.
Sure. So just maybe to go back and frame this based on the history of CIRM. And James, please correct me, or anyone, Maria. Really, the vital research opportunities were used perhaps twice in the entire history of CIRM, and certainly were meant to be exceptions that were based on really extraordinary new things, not just, oh yeah, there's something else we can do. So that would be number one. Number two, the vital research opportunities, as James already explained, were predetermined by the board. In other words, they never got to the stage of being referred to the grants working group unless the board had already identified that area as being one of vital research opportunity. And again, vital and opportunity there, I think, are the two words that the board used historically to consider the exceptions that were granted. And again, I'm just curious how many. The third thing, I guess, to say, is just to point out that actually, as I understand it, and again, please correct me, James, if I'm wrong, the Prop 14 really doesn't use the word genetic research as much as it does the word gene therapy, meaning not just everything related to the impact of genes on whatever, but really approaches that involve gene modification. So those are three comments, and I'm really asking sort of for expansion on those by James first in terms of the prop language, and maybe Maria and others in terms of kind of the way we have thought about vital research opportunities in the past. Thank you.
James, do you want to start there?
Sure. So first, with respect to Oz's last point, Prop 14 uses the term genetic research, but I think in context, Oz is correct about what was intended. However, the term does afford the board some flexibility to define what that means. With respect to Dr. Yamamoto's question, eligibility is defined by the board in its approval of concept plans and is included in the terms of each program announcement. So the board did take action to approve amendments to the concept plans to include gene therapy as defined, and so limited eligibility in that way. So the gate is not open to any new application for genetic research beyond what the board has authorized through its approval of the concept plans.
And just to respond to the numbers, there were 2 instances of VROs. One was for gene therapy, and the other was in the context of the emergency COVID funding opportunity for convalescent plasma research.
So I think the general answer to everybody's question is the board will have considerable more discussion on this and refine what qualifies in the VRO category. And most definitely, we're not looking to open up floodgates in a general fashion to things that are sort of beyond the purview of the mission. So appreciate everybody's comments on all of that. Any other comments by members of the board? Okay, James, next page, please.
As I mentioned at the outset, one of the new features of Prop 14 that distinguishes it from Prop 71 is that Prop 14 specifically earmarks $1.5 billion of the $5.5 billion for the purposes of supporting research involving diseases and conditions of the brain and central nervous system. The measure does offer examples of the types of diseases and conditions that it means to include, and those are identified on the slide, so I won't repeat them. As with the other areas of research, the language of the statute makes clear that the board has the authority to make awards for diseases and conditions of the brain and central nervous system across the research spectrum, from basic research to therapy development and therapy delivery. The measure also makes clear that that $1.5 billion is inclusive of the pro rata share of the costs of oversight and general administration needed to support the making of those awards. I believe the chair has returned to his
back. I just had to attend to something for 2 seconds. So thank you, James. I would note on this point that Dr. Milan, if you correct me if I'm wrong, but the 1.5 from a ratio standpoint to 5.5 is not terribly dissimilar from the amount of grants, the percentage of grants we gave to neuro-related projects under Prop 71. Is that roughly accurate?
I think generally speaking, and we actually in the upcoming presentations we'll have a review of the CNS portfolio, so we'll have a chance to look at the the actual numbers shortly.
Thank you. Okay, are there comments on this particular slide by members of the board?
JT, Dr. Bashir has her hand up.
So as a neurologist, I am really heartened to see this. So many of these diseases are in our underserved communities that don't have access. And so this is really something that I think there will be lots of excitement about.
Thank you. Other comments by members of the board? Yes.
Sorry, it's Lauren.
Oh.
I was just going to comment. I don't know if everyone is aware of the Alzheimer's Task Force in California and the work that we've put in, and the government allocated a lot of money in the budget towards different things to aid in the progress of Alzheimer's in our state. And perhaps, you know, as that gets more solidified, there, of course, perhaps maybe is some crossover and work that can be done together. You know, instead of parallel, it can be done simultaneously. So I just wanted to bring that up as things come together.
Thank you very much. Other comments by members of the board?
I would just add the comment that we should keep in mind that some of the types of experiments that are done in this field require longer time to come to fruition. And so I'm not sure how that factors in, but just to keep that in mind.
Yes, thank you. And as we know, a number of these diseases have to date been amongst the most challenging to tackle, and that gets to Dr. Sandmeyer, your point, but it also gets to the acute need to develop new therapies and cures, which is why the $1.5 billion was specifically earmarked for this particular category of diseases and conditions. Other comments by members of the board? Hearing none. James, next page, please.
Now we'll move into some more mundane topics, including administration and governance. Prop 14 expands the size of the board from 29 members to 35 members. So you will be joined by new colleagues, including Dr. Deese, who is now the UC Riverside appointee, as well as a new appointee from UCSF Fresno Clovis campus. 2 nurses with clinical trial and/or stem cell or genetic delivery experience, and 2 patient advocates for mental health conditions, underlying in part the new focus on diseases and conditions of the brain and central nervous system. 2 other changes of note, one of which will only last for a short period of time. Prop 14 authorized the appointing authorities to replace members who have served at least 1/2 of their term. If they do so by March 16th, the chair and the vice chair are excluded from this. And this was really intended just as an opportunity, particularly for appointing authorities who might be new to their positions, if they so desire, to appoint their own members to replace a member who served at least 1/2 of his or her term. Finally, Prop 14 includes a new mechanism for the board to initiate an action to have a member removed. It provides that the board by a 60% vote can recommend to the appointing authority that the appointing authority remove a member from service. JT, back to you.
Thank you. Any comments on this page by members of the board?
I just wanted to say, Mr. Chairman, that the new appointments that James referenced go back to what we had a discussion earlier, and that is regional appointments that reflect parts of California that were not previously represented on our board. I'm so proud that the dean at Riverside is with us. and also that we include another representative from the Inland Empire, as well as from the Fresno Clovis area, where we have, other than our great member, Adriana Padilla, this will increase that representation from rural California, far too often ignored by our policymakers on the state legislative level, and clearly in terms of health accessibility. So I just want to say that's a very, very important step that we are taking forward to reach out to underserved communities.
Mr. Chairman, this is Al Roulette. To the members of the board, I wanted to acknowledge that I've been involved in making recommendations to the chair and to the vice chair regarding patient advocate members representing the behavioral health, or in this case, mental health community. And again, in keeping with everything that the Vice Chair, Senator Torres, said regarding reflecting the unique diversity and the wonderful attributes of our state. And so we'll continue to make those recommendations, and certainly I want to acknowledge that I've been solicited to do so by both the chair and the vice chair.
Thank you, Al.
Thank you, Mr. Roulette. You've been, as always, extremely helpful. Very much appreciate your input. Comments by other members of the board?
Just to let Al know that I sent his recommendation to the Lieutenant Governor and talked about it. So she's reviewing a number of other applications that's before her, but certainly that one has been referred to her, Al.
Other comments? Okay, James, next page, please.
Prop 14 also makes some changes to governance and administration. You'll be surprised to learn it increases the number of times you're required to meet each year from 2 to 4, though given the workload, I don't think meeting that target will be a problem. Prop 71 had imposed a cap of 50 employees, which was subsequently eliminated by the legislature. Prop 14 reimposes a cap, at this time 70 employees, and that does not include an additional up to 15 employees to support the work of the accessibility and affordability working group. As I mentioned previously, it authorizes the chair and the president to establish advisory task forces. And it requires the board to develop and implement access and affordability policies and programs based on the recommendations made by the AAWG. One other significant change, given the demands on patient advocates, as well as the nurse members of the board, to serve on the now 4 working groups of CIRM. Prop 14 provides for patient advocates to be compensated based on a daily consulting rate established by the board rather than the state per diem.
Thank you, James. Comments by members of the board on this page? Okay, hearing none. James, next page, please.
Continuing with some of the more dry material, Prop 14 does make some changes to review. Currently, or rather under pre-existing law, members of the working groups were limited to 2 consecutive terms. The new law authorizes the board by a 2/3 vote to appoint a member to serve beyond 2 consecutive terms. CIRM has had a history of using ad hoc members to provide particular expertise in certain reviews, but under Prop 71, those members were not allowed to score or vote on applications for funding. Prop 14 modifies that to allow the appointment of ad hoc members to serve on a working group and to vote, provided that their number does not exceed 3 out of the 15 scientific members for any one peer review panel. Importantly, given the potential for expanded research opportunities. Prop 14 expands the expertise of members of the GW2G to include vital research opportunities. So for example, if the board were to determine that a specific opportunity constituted a vital research opportunity, then CIRM would have the authority to appoint members who had that expertise to the grants working group. Under Prop 71, members of the working group could join together in a minority report, but it was not required. Prop 14 makes minority reports automatic when at least 35% of the members have scored an application in the funding range. And the minority report is required to summarize the strengths and weaknesses of the application in order to give the board additional information to guide its decision-making. And as I mentioned earlier, the new nurse members of the board are eligible to be appointed to the working group, in addition to the patient advocates. JT?
Thank you, James. Comments by members of the board on this page? Hearing none. James?
Sorry, JT, Isabel here.
Yes.
Without looking at the guts of who specifically are being brought aboard, and a hope to expand the voices of some of our less represented community. One of the things that I would advocate for with whoever is the leadership on these different committees, et cetera, as I'm still getting my brain around all of them, is that you reach out to community-based organizations and bring some of their leadership aboard, because they do reflect the voices of those underserved, oftentimes communities that aren't overly represented. But I also would encourage some kinds of opportunities to make sure that these particular members succeed as part of these committees, as part of these advisory groups. It is one of the reasons why I think we don't have enough community representatives who can grow their capacity to become perhaps a board member at some point in time, because they're not given enough support when they join, and then they aren't sure how they can use their voice. They're not sure what to say and when to say it. And I think it's really important to help build that muscle out there in the community for joining organizations like this, for joining committees like this. So I'll put this on Art's table that really consider when we're bringing we bring community members aboard, and that we do everything in our power to assure that they feel comfortable at the table, they feel that their voices are heard, that they have the support of the leadership, so that they stay and they grow and feel that they can be very productive representatives of their communities.
Having been a Latino all of my life, I am sure I'll be sensitive to that.
Okay, thank you. Members of the board.
JT, this is again Al Roulette. This is a minor point, but I think it endorses what Ms. Duran has said regarding board orientation. As a chief executive officer of a community-based organization, you and I have had a number of conversations about my orientation experience. And so as we make that process more robust, I think that we do a lot to advance, not just for individuals like myself who have the unique privilege of being in leadership in community-based organizations and representing a community that is often unserved and underserved, but also even for those who do have a lot of experience on boards like this, a more robust board orientation process is always beneficial.
Point well taken. Thank you, Mr. Roulette. Other comments by members of the board? Okay, James, next page, please.
In recognition of the fact that organizations can sometimes adopt rules and standards that become stale over time. Prop 14 requires the board every 4 years to review and update its standards relating to conflicts of interest in the review of applications for funding, other conflict policies, standards that the board has adopted for the conduct of ethical research, and standards for independent audits. The measure directs the board to, at its discretion, consult with the National Academy of Sciences, and to the extent it's consistent with state law, to align CIRM standards with those recommended by the National Academy of Sciences. It also expands the scope of patient reimbursable expenses to include not just travel and lodging and meals for the patients themselves, but for their caregivers as well, in recognition, particularly in our current circumstances, that patients may have to travel some distance in order to participate in clinical trials, and that their caregivers should also be entitled to reimbursement to support the patients in those efforts. And then finally, to the discussion earlier, the board is required to adopt standards governing genetic research. And again, these are generally to be based on standards adopted by the National Academy of Sciences. JT.
Thank you, James. Comments on this page, members of the board?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, the language, especially in respect to patient expenses, is something that I really supported as we were drafting this initiative. And it comes from my experience as the vice chair of One Legacy, which is probably one of the largest organ transplant foundations in the US, and we're headquartered in Los Angeles. We funded a foundation that helps reimburse patients to come to Los Angeles or to come to other regional centers where we provide organ transplants, because literally they can't afford it, and yet they need an organ, and they're on the list, and they've been granted priority on the list. But once they realize what's at stake, a lot of them can't afford to travel the distance. And what we need to also keep in mind is many cancer patients and other patients as well have caregivers who are important to their continued well-being, and those expenses ought to be reimbursed as well. So again, once we begin expanding with the community care clinics that we talked about earlier, and before that happens, as James has indicated so well, we're going to have patients come to other parts of the state where they may not live, but may need a hotel, may need to bring their caregivers with them. And we ought to be sensitive to reimbursing them for those rates to make it as easy as possible to have accessible to our treatments.
Thank you, Senator Torres. Other comments?
JT, this is Christina. I'm not sure if this is the right topic to ask this question, but I was just curious on the topic that on the federal granting side, granting agencies such as NIH have struggled with the topic of potentially foreign espionage in R&D in this country. And recently some guidelines have been issued how research institutions and federal agencies need to better protect the research that's carried out in these organizations by federal funding against potentially foreign influence and advantage that they might be making. Is this something that CIRM also needs to pay attention to?
Well, that's an excellent question. James, I think I saw you shaking your head as in agreement when Dr. Vori was making that comment. Do you have any thoughts on that question?
Yeah, I think that would be important for CIRM to consider, and certainly within the scope of the standards that it's required to adopt.
Okay, thank you.
Very important. Thank you very much. Other comments from members of the board? Okay.
Should there be links to those relevant websites on our website to make it more specific, or is that too confining?
James?
Well, we certainly could include links. One of the challenges is that both the National Academy of Sciences as well as NIH have a variety of different conflict of interest policies that apply to different circumstances. So employees versus reviewers versus study groups. So it can sometimes be a little bit confusing to navigate through those various policies to determine which ones are relevant and applicable for CIRM's purposes. But certainly no downside in including a link generally to those conflict policies, as long as we're clear that there may be some that are more relevant than others for CIRM's purposes.
Just might be good if an expert did that navigation as opposed to rogue experts.
A fair point.
Thank you, and we'll definitely look into that question in much more detail. Other comments from members of the board? Okay, James?
We're making progress. We're almost at the end. Let's talk about the funding allocation. So of the $5.5 billion, 95.5% is allocated for grants and grant administration. 3.5% is earmarked for general administration, and 1.5% is earmarked for the costs of the accessibility and affordability team, the up to 15 employees who would support those efforts. Of the funds that are available for grants and grant administration, once you conduct all the calculations, what it amounts to is that no less than $4,707,283,000 is available for research grants. Up to approximately 96 million is available for accessibility and affordability research consulting grants, which I referenced earlier. Up to $78,112,500 is available for community care centers of excellence facilities. So this is funding that would be available to construct and equip and operate community care centers of excellence. And up to approximately $26 million is available for the construction and equipment of shared labs, including the specialized equipment necessary. And up to $165 million is available for grants administration. JT?
Thank you. Comments, members of the board?
I do have a very quick question. Could you tell me an example what costs belong to grants administration category as opposed to, for example, general administration?
Yes. So CIRM has detailed formulas to allocate costs between employees who are involved in grant review specifically, as opposed to general administrative overhead. So, for example, a portion of the president's salary is allocated to grant review and a portion is allocated to general administration. And there are many more details that the agency's chief financial officer can provide, but they are outside of my expertise.
Oh, okay, great, thanks.
Other comments?
So just to clarify, that's all central grant administration, is that right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Other comments? Okay, James, next page, please.
I won't pause long on this slide. If you'd like to look at it more closely in your own time, you are free to do so. The allocation formula in Prop 14 is relatively complex, and this slide outlines how we arrived at the figures on the preceding slide. JT?
Thank you. Anybody have any comments on this? Can anybody read this? Start with that question. Any comments?
I think it's an eye chart and I failed.
Thank you. Other comments?
Clear as mud.
Okay. Hearing no others, James.
So there are some important Bond Act terms in Prop 14 that I think are important to mention, particularly given the current situation we find ourselves in with a recession and a pandemic. One of the really important features that Bob Klein included in Prop 14 was a requirement that bond proceeds be used to pay capitalized interest for the first 5 years. What this means is that there will be no payments for Prop 14 out of the general fund until 2026, when hopefully the state will be in a position where we have recovered from the pandemic and the recession, and we'll be back on a more solid economic footing. In the meantime, the state will earn revenues from the research CIRM funds in terms of tax proceeds to the general fund. So during this period of time, CIRM will have a net positive impact on the state general fund, which is important given the circumstances we find ourselves in. Another key thing for board members to understand is that the Act prohibits more than $540 million in bonds from being issued in any 1 year. What that means as a practical matter is that the bonds will be sold over a minimum of 11 years, and in all likelihood over a longer period of time, given the fact that CIRM awards funds on a multi-year cycle. So if you think of a 4-year grant made in year 11, it's likely that bonds will be issued over a period of at least 15 years to fund all of the awards made pursuant to the $5.5 billion bond allocation. One final note here, under Prop 71, loan proceeds were returned to CIRM, but were limited to be used for the purposes of making additional awards. Prop 14 expands CIRM's authority to use loan proceeds for the purposes of making additional awards as well as for administrative costs.
A couple of comments here. For those of you who are not familiar with the financially esoteric term capitalized interest, what that simply means is the amount of the debt service for the first 5 years is actually added as part of the bond issue. So you're paying for debt service out of bond proceeds itself, which is why there will be no payments from the general fund for those first 5 years. Second point of note, and Dr. Milan, correct me if I'm wrong on this, when we get to this notion of no more than 540 million in bonds annually, I think the highest amount we've issued in any given year is 330, something like that. Does that sound about right?
It's around that ballpark.
Right. So getting up to 540 in a year would entail considerably more than we've ever funded. Now, having said that, as we get more and more clinical awards, which are the most expensive, that will raise the amount. But getting to 540 would be a major departure from what we've done to this point. Comments from members of the board? Okay, hearing none. James?
This is the last slide. Under Prop 71, when royalties arise from CIRM-funded research pursuant to CIRM's intellectual property policies, CIRM's grantees are required to make those payments to the state general fund. So they don't return to CIRM, they return to the state general fund, and then they're appropriated for any general fund purpose. Prop 14 earmarks those funds so that once they arrive at the state treasurer's office, they are segregated and made available for appropriation for the purposes of supporting the ability of Californians who have insufficient means to obtain access to CIRM-funded treatments and cures, as well as to CIRM-funded trials, including reimbursing the kinds of patient costs we referenced earlier. JT?
Thank you, James. Comments by members of the board?
JT, Isabel here. Are these the kinds of funds that will accrue back something like the care centers, where we'll probably be serving the most vulnerable, so they know that there's this, maybe not a continuing fund, but that they can look to that for more support? I don't know what the mechanisms are to get this money back into service, if you will.
Right. James, would you want to address that? And then I have a general comment after your answer here.
Certainly. Though these funds are earmarked and thereby segregated, their use is restricted, but they will be subject to the annual budget appropriation process, meaning the governor's office will propose a budget that will include the appropriation of funds that have accrued in this account. And then that budget proposal will be reviewed and ultimately approved by the legislature. CIRM will have the opportunity to influence that process by proposing the highest and best use of those funds to the governor's office. So we've already had some initial discussions with the Department of Finance. They are in the process of setting up this special account to make sure that the funds can be tracked so that they can be appropriated for the best and highest purposes.
I think it's very crucial, and hopefully this comes through the communications department, that we also recognize what money is going back to serve the public. Because I think that question has arisen during the campaign as well. What's in it for me? Kind of, I haven't heard how this has helped the communities, patients, etc. So I think it would be very good to spotlight how these funds are going back to help the community so that people will understand, and it's very open, authentic, and transparent. Thanks.
So would this include funds from the last bond issue? And so how much are we talking about? Would those funds be redirected?
So to the extent that the general fund has, prior to the effective date of Prop 14, received funds, those funds would have already been appropriated, but any funds received on or after December 16th, 2020, which was the effective date of Prop 14, will now be earmarked for this purpose. I think it's difficult to anticipate the level of future funding that might be generated, because it depends upon the success of both existing and new programs that CIRM funds. But certainly there is the potential for some significant return and the deployment of those funds for the purposes of supporting patients.
Do we know what the amount was for the past bond issue? I realize that is a challenging number to derive.
Yes, to date, and Dr. Mullen can correct me if my number is incorrect, but I believe the state has realized approximately $350,000 in royalty revenue. So it's been a small amount to date, but that of course is a function of the timeline to develop new therapies. So I think we can anticipate stronger returns in the future.
Thank you.
Right, and that was going to be my general comment, that this will become increasingly relevant as the field matures and our projects get further along and we get more into commercialized product form, which generates royalties, et cetera. So this is something that's going to play out over a period of time in a presumably escalating fashion, and we'll have more and more funding available for this particular purpose. Other comments from members of the board?
I apologize if I missed this, but what is the formula now, how royalties will be calculated? Is it on sales only, or is there an inflection point and a commercialization event earlier than actual sales that results in some return on investment to the state?
The current IP policies impose revenue sharing requirements on commercializing entities upon commercialization at a rate of 0.1% per 1 million of CIRM funding.
Okay, any other comments or questions by members of the board? Hearing none. James, I think you said this was the final page. I want to thank you very much, not just for putting this presentation together, but for the instrumental role that you had with Bob and Art in not only drafting this measure, but you go back and having with Bob drafted Prop 71 as well. The amount of effort that went into this can't possibly be overstated. And I think that the product here is embodied in Prop 14. It will enable CIRM to take its already outstanding program to greater heights, and just wanted to thank you very much for all your work in this and in your continued expertise that you lend to this whole grand mission. And so on behalf of the board, thanks so much.
I just want to say thank you as well to James. It was quite an experience working with him and Bob over the months as this new initiative was being drafted. But thank God we're lucky to have the expertise that James provides to us, not only in that process, but also subsequently as well. So thank you, James.
Thanks to both of you and to the board.
Okay, so before we get to Dr. Milan, Beth has been tirelessly working away transcribing for over a couple hours. We want to give her a 5-minute break here, so we will be back with you in a few. Okay, everybody, welcome back. We are back live on the air. Going to proceed now to Dr. Milan's presentation. Dr. Milan.
Thank you, Chairman Thomas and members of the board. That was a really very productive and informative discussion, and we're taking notes. This section of the meeting, what we and the team and I hope to do is to provide some information, background information that will help the board continue to have discussions relative to the components of Prop 14, which James had outlined. Next slide, please, Jeff. Thank you, Jeff Lomax, for driving the slides. But before that, I wanted to give this kind of context, maybe even sequence and timing in terms of how tactically and strategically we're launching Prop 14. And you'll see that some elements are highlighted in orange. Those elements will be familiar to you because they are some of the components that were mentioned in the presentation by James and in the discussions in the previous section of this meeting. So I wanted to just so this will give us an idea of where some of these elements are already being considered. Some initial steps are already being taken in those particular components. But to say that the concepts are still, and the strategic plan is still in development. And so I wanted to just go ahead and lay those out so that we have a sense that even in the presentation today, we're not bringing any concept proposals to the board. There will be no board action. But what we hope to do is give context in terms of, where these particular elements fall in our 1 year activities. So currently, we have open program announcements for DISC 2, which is Candidate Discovery, Translational Research, TRAN, and Clinical Stage Research. And all of these actually all will take in CNS research proposals. And so that's just kind of a really important starting point. And these legacy programs have been relaunched as approved by the ICOC with concept changes and amendments that correct for things that needed to be corrected, update them, and already insert strategic elements such as data sharing and diversity, equity, and inclusion plans. This is the first step. It will not be the end game, the end of it. This will be continued to evolve. But all of those were approved by the board. So those programs are currently open. And so the whole process of review and then bringing them to the board for approval will be occurring in the first 2 quarters of this year. There will be a conversation about education programs, which include the Bridges program, training, lab-based programs, and Spark programs. And that will be presented by Dr. Kelly Shepard, who has been really spearheading the management of these programs. She'll be giving a overview of that. In this particular case, these concepts are a little bit further along, and we are seeking your input because potentially, depending on how you view these programs, they will be brought to the February meeting for consideration for opening and a budget associated with that. We are currently a very small organization right now. We had, as you know, last year, we're kind of in a wind down mode with really a skeleton crew that really did some remarkable things in terms of managing the final programs under the remaining Prop 71 funds, as well as the emergency COVID program and the sickle cell program, and then everything else in between, that, to run operations of the agency. And so that same team is who's launching these very robust programs right now. So we need time to build the personnel. So we're currently in a very large expansion of our effort, but this needs to be done strategically as well to make sure that we have gone through the process of really bringing in the best team members to support these efforts along with our current members. And because of these new program announcements and new elements, such as data sharing, DEI, and other aspects that would have been brought into even these current program announcements. There are operational updates, additions, and policies that need to be brought up to speed to support these programs, as well as tee us up for what's coming in the upcoming rest of this year, and where we can be ready to be in the best position to launch the formal 5-year strategic plan. We also expect, so in the end of February, the Joint President Chair Scientific Advisory Panel will meet. We have assembled a very august group of experts in the field, spanning a wide breadth of expertise. And we will be having a conversation about scientific program scope. All of the conversations that occurred earlier in the meeting in terms of what are potential vital research opportunities, evaluating where we currently are with our programs, and then determining what the scientific community and leadership in that community broadly feel are unique and important opportunities for CIRM to consider. And those will be brought to the board for more discussion, so that we could refine even existing programs with regard to scope, for instance, or other aspects of the program. The shared labs was also mentioned in the Prop 14 components. And what we expect is, in addition to just bringing that up to current standards and making refinements, improvements, gaining input from the stakeholders, we hope to be able to bring a concept proposal to the board by the third quarter of this year and launch the program later in the year. And then in parallel to all this, we're continuing at a very aggressive pace to really develop concepts and the strategic concepts that have been brought to the board, and bringing those to something that can be lead to the 5-year strategic plan. That 5-year strategic plan will include new elements, including what future approaches could we take to leverage and capitalize on our opportunities to support scientific programs from discovery all the way through to clinical and beyond, and other research that are associated with that, including prominently CNS disease. And then the new infrastructure programs, we mentioned the Alpha Clinics expansion and the Community Care Centers of Excellence. Thank you so much for the amazing input already. We will look forward to working with the board as those concepts are being developed. And then in addition to the education programs that you'll be hearing about from Dr. Shepard, you will be seeing reflected in new programs some of the ones that were asked about, including by Dr. Melmed, in terms of things such as formal fellowships that train and certify specialists in the field, in the clinical research and otherwise, but also at various on-ramps for earlier stage sessions at the community, at the community college level, our Bridges programs, and other kind of on-ramp entry points for specialized tracks. So you'll start to see those start to roll out after the 5-year strategic plan has been finalized. And then there are additional concepts. Unfortunately, it's cut off, but at the very bottom, it talks about novel funding opportunities, and some of those concepts that were mentioned earlier about non-scientific research that will inform accessibility and affordability. We expect that we'll get direction from the accessibility and affordability work group and the board in terms of how we could implement some important programs that will bring those goals forward. And then the other elements here in gray are important. They're not gray because they're not important. They're in very mature stages of being developed. They've been the topic of many of our advisory input and at the board meetings. And you may see some of those themes arise as we go through the presentations today. So this is, one of the reasons why I wanted to put this in, hopefully it's not an overcrowded slide, but it's just to really kind of lay out what the sequence of events are, what the timing is, and that all of these elements are being considered. It's just that there are various stages of concept development because frankly, for concepts such as the community care centers of excellence, for instance, that needs to be much more input. Some of the suggestions from earlier today are very much heard. I think they would be extremely important that this is developed along with the community stakeholders, that it is designed appropriately, and that it does not have unintended consequences of going against the spirit of why these community care centers are being put in place. So it needs to be very well informed. Anyway, I would like to just go ahead and pause there, Chairman Thomas, to take any questions about just what's presented on this slide. And then fortunate to have my colleagues then present some background material on various topics. We'll start with alpha clinics, then the education programs, the shared labs, a discussion about scope and VRO topics that were mentioned before, but actually bringing up some examples or things that the CIRM team, kind of already has in front of them. And then the CNS program. And I may have missed one, but generally that's how the sequence will go, just to follow what James Harrison's presentation was. Thank you, Chairman Thomas.
Thank you, Dr. Milan. My only comment before opening it up here is in further discussion with Dr. Milan and the team, and being aware of the fact that we need to bring on additional personnel who are going to have critical input, and in view of the fact that the AAWG is going to take a period of time to get up and running, was our collective judgment that the goal for arriving at the strategic plan, which we had originally thought would be mid-year, we collectively moved to the end of the year to give everybody a chance to do everything they need to make it as fully informed as possible. And as we've stated before, the board will be integrally involved as we go along at each step. So having just noted that, any comments on this page by members of the board? Okay, thank you, Dr. Milan. Please continue.
Thank you. And we'll end with this slide so that in case there are questions that arise later, you'll have a little bit more context. So I'm pleased to introduce Jeff Lomax, who's been the program manager managing our Alpha Clinics network, who'll be providing an update so that you have a sense of what the initial program looks like. And it again serves for material so that you can have a more full discussion about the Alpha Clinics expansion component of Prop 14. Thank you. Go ahead, please, Jeff.
Thank you, Dr. Milan. Chairman Thomas, quick sound check. Am I coming in loud and clear?
Yes, sir.
Great, thanks a lot. My name is Jeff Lomax. I'm the program manager for the CIRM Alpha Stem Cell Clinics Network. I will provide a brief overview of the network and the role it plays in supporting patient access to stem cell and gene therapy treatments. Initiated in 2015, the Alpha Clinics are a statewide network of medical centers dedicated to the delivery of clinical trials. The network provides patient-centered care while accelerating cell and gene therapy clinical trials. CIRM funding supports teams that are able to work across research units, irrespective of indication or disease condition, to support the unique needs of stem cell clinical trials. These teams include patient educators and navigators who are focused on the unique attributes of stem cell treatments, technicians with expertise in cell manufacturing and processing, providing the capacity to handle a range of cell-based treatments consistent with FDA requirements, and of course, doctors and nurses with training and experience in clinical research and the delivery of stem cell-based treatment protocols and the subsequent patient follow-up. In addition, CIRM and the Alpha Clinic sites have worked collaboratively over the past 5+ years to create network synergy. We've developed standard operating procedures, accelerating tools, and knowledge networks, resulting in a track record of success. This track record includes over 105 clinical trials, a majority being industry-sponsored. In terms of value proposition, industry sponsors cite recruitment tools, such as cohort identification databases, regulatory alignment, such as the network's IRB Reliance Agreement, technical expertise and proficiency in product manufacturing and processing, and the ability to deliver clinical care with a comparatively low rate of protocol deviation. So to illustrate how these pieces come together, I'll provide a couple of examples of trials being run within the network. The first is Avita Biomedical. Avita's phase 2 glioblastoma program involves autologous dendritic cells loaded with immune factors targeting the tumor. In the second half of 2018, the company was able to initiate 3 Alpha Clinic sites, UC Irvine, UC San Diego, and UC Davis. UC San Diego utilized the network's Smart IRB Reliance Agreement to achieve a less than 60-day trial activation. In the end, Avita reported complete enrollment in February 2020, and the ASCC sites achieved their enrollment objectives. A second example is Dr. Michael Mathey's CRM-funded COVID award. This randomized controlled trial uses allogeneic bone marrow-derived mesenchymal cells in COVID-19 patients encountering respiratory distress. This is actually a national trial, but it's also opened at 2 Alpha Clinic sites, UCSF and UC Davis, with UCSF opening the trial at San Francisco General, which is the primary hospital for the city's underserved communities. Davis was among the first sites to open nationally and has screened and treated patients as well. In both these examples, network accelerating tools were utilized to open trials quickly and initiate patient treatment at multiple sites. The Alpha Clinics also represents an outstanding training platform. From the beginning, the network created systems for knowledge capture and dissemination, and network sites have sponsored continuing education and training opportunities to develop the next generation of doctors, nurses, researchers, and technicians. For example, in August 2018, City of Hope, in collaboration with the entire network, hosted a 2-day continuing education and training program with 155 attendees, 88 of which were registered nurses. And then finally, I want to highlight our cellular therapy clinical research fellowship program that came up earlier in comment. And this brief video will highlight some of the success of this program.
So I feel really fortunate to be a part of this program. It's so nice to be immersed among all of these very successful clinicians and researchers, basic scientists who have so much to teach us.
Because in the IRC there are several disease groups working next to each other. And a lot of the programs, a lot of the problems we're focusing are very similar to one another. For example, the liver team is trying to vascularize the liver organoids, and I'm on the brain organoid team, so I'm trying to vascularize the brain organoids.
And I think of it as I can help patients in the hospital, I can help patients in the operating room, but through research, I think I can have a much broader reach by helping to develop new therapies for diseases that do not have cures or optimal treatments yet.
It's fantastic to have the support. Again, this was one of the reasons why I came here to California and specifically to UC Davis.
You know, what gets me going in the morning is the chance to connect with a patient and hopefully offer some hope and potential for new therapies and hopefully new cures, I think, which is everyone's ultimate goal.
So Maria, do you want to hand it back to you?
Thank you so much, Jeff. Chairman Thomas, I'm handing it back to you at this time, and I'm happy to answer any questions related to this presentation.
Thank you. And Jeff, you've got a great radio personality voice. Perhaps in your spare time you could double in that arena as well.
Well, full disclosure, as a UC Davis alumni, one of my last things was to be the general manager of the radio station. So I appreciate that it's rubbed off.
There you go. There you go. Okay. Thank you for that presentation. Comments on the Alpha Clinic program by members of the board?
Actually, mostly a question, Jeff. I recall that to manage the clinical trials in the Alpha Clinic programs, the CIRM hired a CRO. I don't remember the name of that CRO. What degree of satisfaction have you had with that CRO? And are you going to extend their contracts?
I'll take that question, Dr. Deliege. I think what you're referring to may be a grantee of ours is IQVIA that was funded through the Accelerating Center and Translating Center Infrastructure Awards. And those weren't contracts per se, they were grant awards. And the Accelerating Center Award, and just for by way of background, that Accelerating Center was intended to provide services for stem cell and regenerative medicine clinical trials related to clinical operations, regulatory support, and all things related to actually running the trials. The Translating Center is intended to help with kind of the pre-IND or IND enabling activities, process development, manufacturing, and preclinical studies that would enable our programs to achieve what they needed to go into the clinics. So those both programs, the Accelerating Center has already completed, and I think it's now a self-sustaining entity in California serving the broader community as well as our programs for this type of support that they previously provided. And Dr. Creasy gave a review of that program at a previous board meeting last year. And then the Translating Center is in its final stages, still supporting our preclinical programs and translating them to the clinics. And once that's finished, those awards are complete. And the idea would be, unless there is another infrastructure program, the intent of those funding opportunities was that those entities would be set up and that they would be self-sustainable and be able to provide the services and the assets that were developed by the seed funding from CIRM. I think in terms of how did it work out, there was definitely a learning curve for the Accelerating Center because the field was so new, and that's the reason that IQVIA, which is a very big kind of international CRO and data company now, really I understood that the regenerative medicine field was the future. And so by putting a team together that specifically supported this effort, for sure, there was a learning curve in how they work with the academic centers, but there have been, there has been quite a few programs that were successful kind of once the learning curve had completed. The Translating Center, I've gotten a report, has continued to have, be gaining contracts to help people, our grantees and others, overcome some of the translational challenges they may have to getting to the IND.
Okay. Well, thank you for these clarifications. I appreciate it.
You're welcome.
Other questions or comments from members of the board? Okay, just to finish, Jeff, just congratulations on you. You've been running this program for several years now. It's a great success and will only continue to be more so. And we really appreciate all the time and effort you put into making this happen. So thank you. And by the nifty CIRM logo behind you as well. Okay, Dr. Milan. Next.
Yes, thank you. Jeff is going to continue to be on here as our slide driver. So if there aren't any questions about the Alpha Clinics, the next program we'd like to bring to you are education programs being presented by Dr. Kelly Shepard. And as mentioned in my introductory slide, Dr. Shepard will be providing a background on mainly two education programs, the Bridges program and the training awards. And the Spark program is also something that's going to be brought to you soon, but she'll give a background and there will be specific questions for discussion. And we are seeking board input on this because potentially we would bring this before you with a concept and a potential budget at the next meeting. So Dr. Shepard, please go ahead and the floor is yours.
Thank you. Is everyone able to hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. My name is Kelly Shepard and I'm Associate Director of our Discovery, Translation, and Education team. And I've been involved with our basic research programs as well as our at some capacity in our training grant program for the past 12 years. So I'd like to just begin by giving a brief overview of the history and outcomes of our traditional training grant programs, which started, as James mentioned in his presentation, as our very first research initiative, or our very first initiative at all in 2005, and is continuing to this day. So on the left, we have our Spark program, which supports summer research internships for high school students. We've been supporting this for about 9 years now. And then the two programs that are going to be more topic of focused discussion in a few minutes, which are our Bridges and research training programs. The Bridges program supports undergraduate and master's level research training, and the research training grants support training at the pre and postdoctoral level, as well as has supported the clinical fellow level. If I could have the next slide, please. Thank you. So let's first start with a quick discussion of the Bridges program, because these awards through their Proposition 71 funding are actually ending imminently within the next few months, and a few others are ending in 2022 as well. So of course, as with CIRM's training and workforce development programs, the goals of these are to create a diverse and well-trained workforce of scientists and technicians at all levels to help realize the full potential of stem cells to treat patients with unmet medical needs. Next slide, please. Specifically, we'll focus first on the Bridges program, which the objective of which has been to prepare California's undergraduate and master's students for productive careers in stem cell research and therapy development. So these programs are structured by integration into bachelor's, master's, or certificate granting programs based at home institutions around the state of California. I will get to what those home institutions are on my next slide, but first I thought it would be worth pointing out how this program has been funded for these past 12 years. The original Bridges grant programs were offered in 2008 as a request for funding. There was a review and awards were made that were launched in 2009. These were 3-year awards, but they were extended subsequently by a board allocation. And then at the end of that that extension, we were in transition to our new leadership under Dr. Randy Mills. So our board granted a 7th year to these programs while we developed a new strategic plan under Dr. Mills' leadership and revamped the program for a second RFA, allowing an opportunity for these successful programs to come back and reapply for a new round of funding with some modifications to align these programs to our new strategic plan. Those awards, which are the ones that are active today but ending soon, were offered in 2015, and they were 5-year awards. Next slide, please. So these are the institutions that host Bridges Awards. Historically, there were 16. Presently, there are 14. As you can see, these are California state universities and community colleges around the state of California. The point you see farthest up north is Humboldt State. The farthest south is San Diego State. And the easternmost representation is Sacramento State and Cal State University, San Bernardino. Now, each one of these programs is a little bit different from the next. As I mentioned, some are master's degree programs, some are certificate, and some are targeting undergraduate level programs. However, they all do have some core features in common that I'd like to share on my next slide, please. Thank you. So in addition to the coursework that students take at their home university, they all take an advanced laboratory techniques course that were offered by, and in many cases, developed by our Shared Labs Grants program that you'll hear about a little bit you heard about a little bit from James, and you'll hear about again after my presentation. All programs have required activities where students interact directly with patient or patient advocates, and they also participate in community outreach efforts to help them become ambassadors for the stem cell field around our communities. But the central defining hallmark of the Bridges programs are the full-time paid research internships at partnering, or what we call host institutions. These host institutions are major research universities around the state, as well as biotechnology companies that have a focus in regenerative medicine. Most of these programs offer year-long internships, some of them 9 months or so, but this is kind of the hallmark feature. The students are able to go and work full-time in these labs and are supported through the Bridges grants. At the end of their experience, there's a culminating annual Bridges conference where the alumni from all across the state are able to come together for that year and discuss their research with one another and network. Next slide, please. So in the 11 years, the first 11 years of this program, over 1,500 alumni have resulted. A survey of those alumni, of those who responded, indicate that about 48% of them are first-generation college students. Over 60% have found employment after their graduation in research and development positions, just about half and half in academic research labs versus the biotech or pharmaceutical industry. Another 35% of these students go on to further their education in PhD, professional, or other graduate programs, including medical school. And during their internships, our Bridges alumni have contributed thus far to 261 publications. Next slide, please. I'm just briefly going to go over the outcomes of the SPARK program because we're going to be bringing this to you a little bit later. But this is our high school research internship program. And thus far, 482 high school students have completed their internships since 2012 when we began offering this program. And a survey of some alumni of this program indicated the majority of them have continued to pursue biology or other STEM-related fields. And many of them are attending UCs or other universities around California. And about a third of them are attending schools outside of California. And my next slide, please. The third program I'm going to tell you about is not currently active, but we think it's important to consider bringing a concept to you to adapt this to our times. This is the Research Training Grant Program. It was active from 2006 through 2016. So the objective of this program was to create a diverse cadre of scientists with knowledge and skill to lead effective stem cell research programs. In other words, future faculty and principal investigators. These were referred to as the CIRM scholars, and the training targeted students who were pre-PhD, as well as postdoctoral fellows and clinical fellows. The way these programs were structured is that each institution offered a single integrated program of training that was really designed to be appropriate for the level of the trainee that they were targeting, as well as its own expertise of its own faculty. These grants were supported by 2 RFAs. The first was offered in 2005, as James highlighted. These were the T-Series grants, and they were active for 3 years. The program was then relaunched as the Research Training 2 Awards in 2009. Those again were 3-year awards, but they were extended by a board allocation for an additional 3 years. So that RFA was last offered in 2008. My next slide, please. And the research training grants, this is the list of where they took place. As you can see, there's a variety of institutions, some with medical schools, some smaller institutions that mainly focused on postdoctoral fellows or graduate students. And in the end, the alumni from these programs, the CIRM scholars, there are 940 of them. They've contributed to over 1,000 publications in the scientific literature. And as you heard with reference to Dr. Rossi earlier, there are multiple examples of graduates of this program who have gone on to become faculty leaders inside and outside of California and had even come back and received additional CIRM funding for their own research programs in their own laboratories. Next slide, please. So that concluded my tour of the history of CIRM's legacy training programs. And now we would like to begin a discussion of how we might adapt these programs to serve the needs of the present and future and Proposition 14. And what I would like to do is first focus on bridges because those programs are ending imminently. I would like to present a few points for to kind of tee up your discussion, and then Chairman JT or Dr. Milan may moderate or engage you in a discussion. And you could come back to me if there are questions, of course. And then once you're satisfied with that discussion, we can move on and do the same exercise for the training grant program. So let's, no, previous slide, please. Thank you. So to mitigate the loss of continuity for these successful pipeline programs, we're proposing to relaunch Bridges and later Spark with improvements that will optimally align the programs with today's scientific and workforce needs and Proposition 14 objectives. So we're seeking your board input to inform a revised concept as follows. Next slide, please. Okay, given the fact that this program has been very widely recognized as successful and impactful, we would propose retaining these successful elements in a new concept. Of course, the hands-on research internships and world-class research laboratories and biotechnology companies, the advanced culture stem cell techniques training course that prepares these students to hit the ground running when they start their research internships, continued support of recruitment strategies to broaden the participation of underrepresented populations amongst the trainees, continued participation in the patient engagement and community outreach activities that we think helps prepare them to be advocates for our field and their communities, a regulatory course in career counseling, and finally, the annual conference to allow them to share their research with one another and network with their peers. Next slide, please. Now, some possible improvements and other considerations you might want to consider. Broadening the types of allowable research activities that the trainees are able to do in their internships. This is consistent with some of the discussion you had with James around changes in Prop 14. Updating the award amounts to reflect the current economic situation. As you saw from my previous slide, some of these programs were originally issued through RFAs that are quite old now, and the cost of living today have increased a little bit. Adding more diversity, equity, and inclusion plans to bring these in line with the changes we've introduced in our other pipeline programs. And then one thing to possibly consider is how we would keep these programs running in the longer term. So as I've discussed, we've had experience with offering periodic RFAs and board-approved extensions. We've had experience with running these awards for 3-year terms or 5-year terms. So these are things that you might have questions about or may want to consider further. And then finally, increasing the reach of the program. So presently, we do support 14 of these programs, and I showed you a map of where they fall. Is this a size of program that you're comfortable with moving forward, or could there be considerations about expanding the total number of programs, allowing people to come in and develop new Bridges programs with an eye towards increasing access to students in diverse parts of the state and diverse communities? So those are the points for consideration that we had considered internally. And now if Mr. Chairman or Dr. Milan, whoever would like to take this part, and then we can come back to me for the second part later.
Thank you, Kelly. We are the CIRM team would like to bring this to the board in February. And so, taking all these things into consideration, the elements that Kelly had presented, we really welcome feedback and your sense of whether this is ready to come back to you in February with a proposed budget. Thank you very much. And now I'll turn it over to Chairman Thomas for the discussion.
Thank you. Just as an overview comment, both of these programs have been tremendous successes since inception. And one of the great joys of working with CIRM is to get to go to these end of year events that Dr. Shepard referenced, where you get a real feel for exactly what has been involved in the programs and the amount of learning that the students have had. It's most impressive, and I'm a very, very strong advocate of both of these. And a shout out here goes to Senator Torres for his instrumental role in the programs going back many years in sort of helping to drive them to make them happen. Lastly, before we get to other comment, to Dr. Shepard, as with Mr. Lomax, thank you for your great work in running these programs. There's a tremendous amount of work that's involved, whether it's in normal years or virtual years, such as we've just had. So you've really done wonderful work here, and the proof is in the pudding, and the stats that Dr. Shepard referenced, and all of the great work that these students have done. So with that, wanted to open it up to board comment.
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Torres.
I just, these are my babies, Bridges and Sparks. And when I first came on board in 2009, Bob had helped create the Bridges program, and I was immediately attracted to it because it was part of the work that I did in the legislature, was how do we reach out to create more diversity in our future educational leaders? And clearly this was a perfect opportunity to help do that. And when I started talking to members of the legislature back in 2009, and then Treasurer John Chung, they became total advocates for us in respect to this particular element, that we were helping to create future scientists in research that was so needed for Californians. And then I created the Sparks program because I said, well, here we have a Bridges program. Why don't we look at the high schools and see what's out there? So Mani, who was formerly on our staff, really helped me do that. And Kelly, I just want to thank you and Jeff for taking on this responsibility, because the students are just overwhelmingly enthusiastic at our Sparks meetings and our Bridges programs. And now as a UC Regent, in sharing these programs with my fellow regents, they're astonished at what we've been able to achieve. They had heard of CIRM, for example, in terms of the research, because they were the beneficiaries of so much of our generosity, but they didn't realize what we were also doing for students and how we've expanded, especially with my friend who's now the new chancellor at our California State University system, and clearly with our new president, who was an ophthalmology professor and doctor, Dr. Michael Drake, who studied at UCSF. They recognize the tremendous impact that this is going to have on our society. And lastly, the conversations that we're now having with my old institution, UC Santa Cruz, and Maria and I had, and others, about development of the PhD programs and candidates in the scholars program. This is all an integral part of laying the foundation for the future. So I'm just so grateful for the staff and Maria and others that have worked on this, and the chancellors that have been really supportive, Sam Hawgood, Cindy Laree from UC Santa Cruz, as well as our president, Drake, from the University of California. So thank you again, Kelly and Jeff, and thank you again for this leadership, because it is so needed and so well respected.
Thank you, Senator Torres. Other comments from members of the board?
Yes, I'd like to just echo Ott's comments that this is a tremendous program, both Bridges and Spark. I had the opportunity to meet some of the participants from Cal State San Bernardino, and I was just really impressed with the candidates or the participants in that program and the research that they had engaged in throughout their training. I'm very much an advocate for us expanding the reach of this program. I know we have, as was presented, about 18 programs already. And with the expansion of the reach, especially given that we are allocating at least $1.5 billion into the neuroscience area, I'm just thinking that through the expansion of the reach, there may be programs that may come on board with other research training and activities in various areas, especially those areas that have been brought under the auspices of what we will be focusing on in CIRM for the future. I would also like to see us consider funding these programs for a longer period than 3 years. A lot of efforts go into it. And just when these programs are reaching their momentum, their stride, its funding's running out. So to the extent that we can do that, I think that would be really great.
Dr. Brashear, I believe you have a comment.
So I think these are really inspiring programs. And as we work towards pathway programs and diversifying the number of students and future scientists in this area, I wonder if we have outcome measures for the individuals who've been in these different programs and what they're doing now and what their funding is. And if not, I think that would be a nice part to add to the story.
Dr. Shepard, could you address that point, please?
Yes, we do have outcome measures, and at some point in the future, if you would like, if the board is interested in having a little bit more detailed presentation on that, the programs are tracking their alumni, and every year when they submit their progress reports, they give us updates. So while we don't have that information for everybody, we do have quite a lot of information on people who have been in the program for the past 10 to 11 years or so. And I can tell you that we know that some of the earliest Bridges graduates have already completed PhDs in stem cell research. And we also are aware of several and their places of employment. So we certainly can provide more of those kind of details whenever the board is interested in hearing about that.
So it would be also good to know, for example, the number of women, other kind of parts of the individuals who've been through that. You know, we're trying to get more diverse pipeline into this area.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, Dr. Prento.
I just wanted to thank Dr. Shepard also for this presentation and say that this is one of the things I'm most proud of that we've done during my tenure at CIRM. This is really an investment in the future that's going to bear fruit long past our lifetimes. And I think we couldn't do anything better than this.
Hear, hear. Other comments, members of the board?
Yeah, Jenny, briefly, Art, I wanted to congratulate you for your vision, you and the others who have contributed to the initiation and the first steps of the Bridges Spark program. And Kelly, great presentations, great follow-up. I'm sure we'll all be supportive of that effort. You know, in follow-up to what Allison said, I know in the future we'd love to see a report of the diversity. I was glad to see that a large proportion of those who have benefited from this program are first-time college graduates in their families, which is remarkable. Do you already have a sense of other indications of social diversity, which is so much of our focus, minorities, racial minorities, etc.?
Dr. DeLiege, if I may respond to that, Chairman Thomas?
Sure.
So Dr. Brashear, in general terms, we have looked at, because we have a limited amount and we expect that that'll increase with our diversity, equity, inclusion, kind of, as you say, hardwired into our systems. We're going to increase the types of measures we track. But in terms of male-female ratios, we did look at this and it's approximately equal. Kelly can correct me. And in terms of the diversity, we have some indication of that, but it's not as complete an information. And what we're proposing, or not proposing, but planning for in terms of going forward with our operations is gaining a more complete capture of the demographics and all the appropriate measures, so that we can continue to see how we do versus how we design the programs. And then in the meanwhile, Maria Bonneville has been really great about making sure when board members have areas of specific interest, that we could bring our team to do a deeper dive on some of these topics. So we welcome the opportunity to do that as well.
Other
Mhm.
comments?
I think I've just gone blind from trying to read James's chart, but I can't find where the education programs are on the money chart. Could somebody just clue me in?
Dr. Zenmeyer, the education programs fall within the research funding category.
Oh, great. Thank
They
you.
would come out of the 4.7 billion.
Got it. Thank you.
Further comments? Okay, Dr. Shepard, please proceed.
Could I have my next slide, please? So now we're going to have a similar conversation about our research training program. Now, as I mentioned, this program has not been active. It actually ended back in 2016 or so. And so it hasn't had a chance to be revised through our 2.0 edition, as the Bridges and Spark Awards were. So some of the ideas I'm presenting to you today are to help kind of bring it in line with our other training programs, but also some considerations about how we might make this program more effective going forward. So as we all know, a growing demand for regenerative medicine solutions in California, as well as emergence of powerful new technologies as this field begins to mature, and an increased awareness of the societal disparities that we've just been discussing, merit the relaunch of a research training program for creating a pipeline of future research leaders. In other words, targeting at the predoctoral, postdoctoral, and MD level scientists. In addition, COVID-19 has had an extremely detrimental impact on researchers in training at all levels of their career trajectory. And this is even more noticeable in those trainees who are looking for their next job as soon as their training is complete. So we believe CIRM could address these challenges by adapting and modernizing the framework that we had established through our research training program model. And we are seeking your board discussion and input to inform a revised research training concept as follows. Next slide, please. So given the success and impact of the previous CIRM Scholars Program, we would propose retaining the successful elements. First of all, the requirement to provide a single integrated program that draws on the expertise of the grantee faculty, its own faculty, and is appropriate to the targeted level of trainee. Delivery of whatever their appropriate coursework and program enhancements that they've developed to support the trainees. Stipends to support sustained mentored research fellowships for these trainees, providing a research and travel allowance for trainees, and then continuing to promote efforts to broaden the participation of underrepresented populations amongst the trainees. Next slide, please. Now, because this is we're coming from an older program, I actually have 2 slides to go through. The first is what internally we would propose as improvements and additions to the program. So to bring this in line with what I've described for Bridges and Spark, we would like to propose adding some activities where trainees have an opportunity to interact directly with patients, as well as community outreach activities to help them gain sensitivity and awareness of differences and disparities amongst our communities, and to help educate and create stem cell advocates. Adding the diversity, equity, and inclusion plans that we've already discussed. We might encourage a specialty course requirement that's related to regenerative medicine to complement the trainees' existing expertise. For example, since these are postdoctoral fellows in many cases, they already may have an expertise in a specific field, stem cell biology, bioinformatics, et cetera. It may be nice or a good idea to have them take an additional course to kind of complement them, perhaps in data science or something else that the training program might feel important to create that CIRM training experience in their own programs. We could establish guidelines for the appointment durations. So in our previous program, there were appointment periods. This is when the trainees are in the lab doing their mentored research of minimally 12 months, but we could propose guidelines to ensure that pre-doctoral students receive support for 36 months, for example, if that's most appropriate, or postdoctoral and MD stage for 24 months, et cetera. We would propose having MDs included in this program, MDs at any level within the postdoc category. Previously, it was targeted at clinical fellows, which are at the residency stage, but we'd like to open it up more broadly to anyone with an MD to be in these programs. And then again, this RFA was last was offered in 2009. So we would need to recalibrate the award budgets to better reflect the present cost of operations. And now my last slide, please. Now, other things that are probably important to consider in this relaunch is the timing. We're starting from scratch. Well, not scratch. We're starting from modifying a previous concept. But when is the ideal time to offer this RFA? The urgency and timing and the potential to counteract COVID-19 hardships faced by institutions. And then another thing that you may be interested in discussing is related to the timing is what is the desired scale of the program for the present needs as well as maybe considerations of the future needs. By scale of program, I guess I'm referring to the number of grants to be awarded, the size of the awards, the durations of the awards. So our previous program supported 17 or 18 grants, and these grants were all of different award sizes. There were large grants that supported up to 15 trainees a year, and there were smaller programs that were able to support up to 5 trainees a year. And there are actually many more institutions around the state than these 17 or 18 that could theoretically develop and apply for a new training grant program. So, it could get large or it could be a targeted size, and it depends on how the board views you would like to see this develop. One way of constructing these awards is to offer a fixed award amount to each program, which could allow maximum leeway within those programs for the number of trainees they appoint, depending on the strength and needs of their own institution. So that's something to consider, as well as what would be the ideal duration. This is similar to what you just discussed about the Bridges program. Given the balance between sustaining an infrastructure long-term versus giving new institutions an opportunity to apply, or existing programs to propose modifications over time if a significant enough modification would merit a new grants working group review. So just as a reminder, the previous awards were 3 years in duration, but they were renewed by the RFA for an additional 3 years, and then a board approved extension for 3 years. So they were functioning 9 years in total. And that concludes my points for consideration. And thank you very much. I'll be on standby if anybody has any questions they would like to direct to my attention.
Thank you, Kelly. So this program hasn't been active recently. The proposals out there are to get it up to date and also provide for adjustments to the program. The question we have for the board is, looking at what you see today, would you be ready to consider this for the February board meeting? Timeline-wise, working with the team, I think feasibly, we're thinking about a late summer review. So from those of the board members who are at the universities, what does that mean from kind of the operations part? If we launch this and try to get this going, would it be impactful for you and your planning and how you consider this in your own institutions? Should your institution receive one of these training awards? So with that, Chairman Thomas, I turn it back to you for the discussion.
Okay, are there comments? I know we've had some earlier comments dealing with the training grant issue earlier this morning. Are there comments now on this program here as Dr. Shepard has laid it out?
Yeah, this is George Blumenthal. I think this is a great program, and I really am excited at the possibility of relaunching it. I think it can really accomplish a lot. I guess I would just make 2 additional comments. One is I want to reiterate something that Allison said earlier about the other education programs. It's important to have accountability measures at the end of the day. In this program, it could be diversity measures, it could be a number of papers written, it could be some measure of where these people go on afterwards. But I think it's really important to have that. My other comment concerns the issue of a fixed award amount. I am somewhat concerned that if we fix the award amount to each program, some programs are larger than others and can accommodate more potential trainees. So I'd really like to understand better the reasoning behind the idea of a fixed award amount before I could really endorse that idea. But other than that, I think it's a really great idea.
Chairman Thomas, would you like me to address the question about the fixed award amount?
Please.
The idea of the fixed award amount is it would be an up to amount. In the past, and Dr. Shepard and Dr. Zambrano, who's also on this call, were actually directly involved in these programs. In the past, with these training programs, what happened is that the grantees, the applicants were asked to do a somewhat this calculation of whether they had a medical school or not, and if they were a pure research institution. And then based on that, there was, kind of budget calculations. And it became kind of a moving target at times. It was tough in some institutions to guarantee that they'll have exact amount of MDs versus PhDs on a given year, because as we know in an academic institution, depending on what type of research is being done, there may and the trainees that are available, it may vary. So the intent behind having an award amount that would be available to all institutions is it would not make any assumptions, for instance, that a purely research institution that does not have a medical school, for instance, it doesn't make the assumption that they would not be able to get MDs into the labs, so that they would have that, they could anticipate for, recruit for that, and have that, ability. That's the first case of that. The second point of that is that could promote kind of cross-institution, collaborations among labs that bring some clinical to the basic science and vice versa. So that's the idea. It's an up to amount. It would not be prescriptive. It's not intended to say that if you can't fill up, you can't, use this full amount, that you would not be as competitive for the award. I hope that clarifies, but I'm happy to take any other questions. And as I said, Gail Zambrano, who managed this very directly, is also on the line.
Thank you. That's a good answer to the question.
Additional comments?
JT, it's Larry. I just want to say that our experience with trainees supported by this mechanism was generally really terrific. And bundling the MD clinical fellows together with the graduate students and postdocs in coursework and in training activities did a lot to expose those MDs to science and graduate students and postdocs to medicine. I like the idea of expanding that in the way you've suggested. And then I just want to make a final suggestion with NIH training grants, at least. One of the ways that is used to decide how big the award should be and how many trainees they should have is documentation of the training experience of the institution and the size of the programs and the quality of the students. That's a very straightforward way of doing at least the graduate student part of this, and probably adaptable for the postdocs as well.
Thank you, Dr. Goldstein. Other comments? So I have a question, which is in noting that there are considerations to bring the program up to current day, reflective of today's conditions, as well as the other considerations that you set forth here. Do we have the benefit of, or let me rephrase that, is this informed in part by input from existing program directors? And have we had an opportunity to canvass them to get their thoughts on how one might improve things?
So we've been receiving continual, kind of feedback from various, not the operational administrators of the program themselves, but from the users of the program and the leaders of the institutions who have hosted these programs. So that's where we've been continually receiving input. The program directors, we certainly could reach out to them. The question is, and we can have a more extensive time period to develop this concept. The considerations that Dr. Shepard put forward is that we heard from and seen in publications that the COVID pandemic had impacted the ability of these trainees to gain internships and research positions, and many of those have been canceled. And so we thought that at this time period during the rebuild, that it would be critical that we made sure that we provided this opportunity for regenerative medicine programs to bring in trainees. And so it's really, I think what you're pointing to is timing. If you think that we should do a more formal, kind of audit of the previous institutions, which by the way have not been active in years, so I don't even know if those program directors are still there, but we could do that. I think what we're trying to seek from the board is it your sense as leaders within these research institutions that there is a need for this now? Because if there's no urgent need, for a lot of reasons, we can take more time to develop this and maybe add more to it. But we do believe it's in a very good state, and the proposals we're bringing forward would allow the strongest proposals to come in, because after all, as you know, it's up to the applicants to actually bring forward their strongest plans and to make the case for why their institution would be very well positioned and well suited to provide this research opportunity. And they would be the ones that provided the faculty who would host these students and the research projects. So none of that would be informed any further, because that would come in via the application and the review. So I'll leave it at that. We really welcome the board's direction in terms of the timing for this.
So are there other comments from members of the board, particularly those from institutions that have benefited from the training grant program in the past?
I second the sentiments of the chat from Davis, that I think it would be a very exciting program. Wasn't clear to me if all the programs would have to roll out again. I think, Maria, you've concentrated mostly on this research training one that is the last one that was discussed. But I think there is absolutely a need for this, given the impact of COVID on training, morale, ability to get jobs moving on. But you mentioned a late summer review timeframe. So does the staff, I assume you have some kind of a timeline in place for how long it would take to actually draft the RFA and then put it out for places to have time to formulate their plans?
Dr. Sam Meyer, we had modeled this out, the leadership team, and then the conversation led by Dr. Gil Zambrano, who is the head of review. And we thought that, of course, everything we're proposing today is on an aggressive timeline. But what we did was a feasibility evaluation in terms of all the steps that needed to be in place. And it wasn't just review, all the operational components of our organization. And we believe that it's doable with, all the steps preceding the review to have a review by late summer, July, August. The question is that impactful for the academic programs, which would be the grantees of these research training awards? Would that help you in addressing the need such as that which was imposed by the COVID crisis? If we are limited to doing this at the earliest late summer, that's the question. We want to be able to offer it at some point, but the question is timing. So that's because Chairman Thomas had asked, does this need more development? We believe this is a strong proposal, but, we certainly could take more time to just, run it through additional stakeholders and input. If you don't feel that it would be impactful with the type of timeline we're talking about, which is, not funding until late summer, early fall.
I don't think that that's too late to avoid the
Maria,
impact of COVID. I'm just concerned that places have time to formulate careful plans, given that you've done a lot of laying the groundwork. Will institutions have an appropriate amount of time? That's all. I think the timing late summer seems reasonable.
I believe that what Gil built into that, Gil is on the line, but I think we built in a 3 to 4 months.
I think it's
I'm sorry, go ahead. I'm sorry, I about a 3 to 4 months time.
Maria, I think it's very important that we all recognize that interviews are very difficult. Can you hear me?
We can't hear you, Dr. Melman. I'm sorry, you're cutting in and out.
Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. I was just saying that interviews are very difficult now anyway. So I think 3 or 4 months delay while we become more granular in our recommendations, I think would be helpful, because candidates are very, very reluctant to travel for interviews anyway. So having a delay till the summer, I think, is not going to be in any way detrimental.
So Dr. Melman, just to restate, to make sure that we're hearing it, that if we didn't launch a program announcement that we opened up in maybe the early Q2 with something leading to a review by late summer, say August, and then the successful grantees would have the ability to start this program in the fall, that I'm hearing from you that you think that would still work out with the timelines regarding what you on the institution side have to go through with your potential trainees as well.
Yes. Yes.
Thank you.
I would like to second what Dr.
Yes, it's going to take many months to achieve.
Dr. Gasson?
Can you hear me? I'd like to second what Dr. Melmed said, and I would also like to echo the desire to see some outcomes data on this program. We got some data on the Bridges and the Spark program, but it would be great to hear from the institutions themselves. I know that UCLA was one of the institutions that really benefited from this program and would really welcome it to come back. But I think having a little bit more time to gather a little bit more data would be well spent, and certainly having the funding available in the fall would work out just fine. Thank you.
Dr. Gasson, I'm sorry, Chairman Thomas, is it okay if I just follow up on that? Okay, so Dr. Gasson, just for kind of the next steps, we're proposing to bring this concept proposal to the board in February, next month, for approval, so that we can get all these pieces in place. The data outcome measures that you're requesting, would you like that to be in place before we bring a concept proposal to the board?
Yes, I think so.
Okay, so I'll work with the team to determine how much, how developed that could be, or, how well developed the data capture was on that. And what we will plan to do then, if the board agrees, Chairman Thomas, I'll hand it back to you to discuss that, is bring with a concept proposal next month, along with whatever data we can gather, so that the board can make the final determination next month if they feel comfortable with approving a concept that we bring to you next month, along with a proposed budget.
Dr. Milan, is that given the data capture request of Dr. Gasson and other comments about integrating in the results and thoughts from previous awardees on this, does that give you enough time to be able to bring a concept plan in February?
What we would be able to do is bring a full concept plan with whatever input we have at the time, and the board would let us know whether they felt that that was enough information. And if it's not enough information, then what will happen probably is that we would delay the relaunch of this so it wouldn't impact until the next academic year.
Okay, further comments from members of the board?
Yes.
Dr. Melvin?
JT, this is Dave Martin. I've had this in the last 20 minutes, an amazing deja vu experience. And that is a long time ago, a little more than 55 years ago, I was in a research program. It was called Research Training Program at Duke when I was a medical student. And this was the National Science Foundation funded for 8 physicians and 8 medical students in a program that trained them to do science and mixed the medical students, many of whom had PhDs at that point, and the physicians. And the physicians were usually interns or residents who were given time off to train them how to do science and to mix with physicians. This lasted about 8 or 9 years and was the predecessor to the NIH-funded medical scientist training programs, or the MSTPs, and then NIH funded that, and it has become, as you know, now an international program for training physicians and basic scientists in both fields. And it has been extraordinarily important in research, science, and medicine. And it was such an important precedent. This sounds very much like that. And I really like the idea of putting together physicians, medical students, and PhDs to understand the relevance of research to medicine and vice versa. I think that is really critical. And this could be a precedent for doing a very similar thing with stem cell research and medicine.
Thank you, Dr. Martin. I think there's a tremendous amount of enthusiasm for the program, but sort of further to your point. And so the question is, how can we best make this happen in a way that allows Dr. Milan to do with her team what she needs to do. Just one clarifying question, Dr. Milan. Is February sort of, in your estimation, the latest you could bring the concept plan for discussion to enable getting the program funded for the next academic year?
I have to confer with my team. I think that might be maybe a month or so, and then what will happen is, if we don't bring the concept until March or April, for instance, that just means shorter time for the applicants to prepare their application. Again, assuming we're trying to get this program launched by the fall of this coming year, which is the next academic year. If, that it really is a timing issue. So I guess we would really seek input from the board as to the urgency of this program, which it sounds like there's a lot of enthusiasm for it. That'll help, us really determine the best way to bring this back to you. Because if you, for instance, said today, there's no urgency to bring it in this year, then that would change things. So I guess that's kind of the critical gating item from our perspective. But Dr. Sombrano, if you could comment if we were to bring this to a March, which by the way is the board retreat. So we'd have to talk to you and about whether it's appropriate to bring this to a board retreat because it would be an action. And then beyond that, I think April would be really late because by then it'll give not even 2 months to get the application because it's a 2-month at least cycle to get the review done. So those are kind of the time. This is kind of a timing discussion right now, and I hesitate to bring a tactical and timing issue to the board. But I guess the real question is there? It sounds like there's enthusiasm for research training as described, and it's just now we're asking for guidance regarding timing.
Maria, to interject, there will be there may be some applications that go to the board in March anyway, so there will be action items prior to the start of the board retreat, if that's helpful in any way.
And if that was the case, just for sake of, and I'm going to again turn it over to Gil. If let's say we bring it to the board in March and we have a more developed set of at least what outcome measures we have to date, and we're not going to be able to create new outcome measures. Obviously, these programs are no longer in existence. So whatever we have, we'll have. If we bring it to you next month or March, that'll give applicant and it's approved, then it'll give the applicants either 2 months or 3 months for the application preparation in order to hit a timeline of an August review, for instance. So that's kind of the basic timeline to consider. And then
Maria,
I'm sorry, go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yes, it's sort of patchy.
Can you hear me, Maria? Yeah. I think we should not let the quality of the proposal be driven by timelines. And if you need an extra month to get a better quality proposal, take the extra month or 2, whatever it takes to get the best possible proposal that reflects the board's wishes. I don't think that a month here or there is going to make that much difference to the quality of the applicant.
Thank you, Dr. Melman. But may I ask, do you think it's important to have it in place this year?
Yeah, I think we have a connection.
I think every lab will say yes.
Thank you.
We should just get the best proposal out there, whatever it takes staff to develop.
Thank you very much.
So, Dr. Melander.
If I may interject here briefly.
Certainly.
Yes, thank you. Dr. Milan, one of the issues that seems to be delaying a potential start from February to March is outcome measures. So I would make the friendly amendment to the outcome measure discussion to ask the applicants to provide outcome measures in their grant applications. And they'll have access to the best information, and it won't put your staff on the spot, and will avoid that 1-month delay to get outcome data, which may or may not be achievable.
That's a great, that actually is something we would ask them for anyway. And so that's really, thank you for making that point, Dr. Goldstein. And so I'll turn it over to you, Chairman Thomas, in terms of leading the discussion as to whether the board feels that that would be a good way for us to see the outcome measures.
I do think that's a very good suggestion, Dr. Goldstein. I think you'll get full consensus that if at all possible, we would absolutely want to have this program effective this fall. So the question is just giving Dr. Milan and Dr. Sombrano and team just the discretion for you to let us know if you can bring this in February and you feel that and perhaps with Dr. Goldstein's suggestion integrated into it, that would help make the February date more viable. But if you could just
thank you very much. We'll be able to do that, and we will definitely make sure, as we always do, to bring the best developed concept proposals to you. I think that, and I'll double check with my entire team. But the beauty of that is that all of the education programs that we hope to launch this year can be brought to you, and you can look at all of them, at the same time in February. But again, we'll be back. We really appreciate this guidance from the board. Thank you.
Dr. Sombrano, do you have any additional thoughts on this discussion?
Not in particular. I think it is very important to understand how much time the institutions would need to formulate an application, because we do recognize that there's probably a lot that has to happen with the institution on deciding who the program director may be and how to structure it. So I would want to make sure that there's sufficient time for that.
Okay. Any other comments from members of the board on this subject? Okay, thank you. I hope, Dr. Milan, that this has been helpful.
Extremely helpful. Thank you so much.
Okay, so I believe we're on to our next topic. Is that correct, Dr. Milan?
Yes, we are, and these will be short. Although really kind of condensed information. Dr. Sombrano is going to give an update of outcome of the Shared Labs program. As you will recall, at the start of this presentation, we expect that we'd be bringing that to you sometime in Q3 for a launch in Q4. And that's a target date. But go ahead, I'd like Dr. Sombrano to go ahead and give this presentation to lead the discussion. Thank you.
Hi, thank you, and good afternoon to everyone. So I just have one slide, Jeff, if you could just advance to it, and it's really providing you just some background on the program as it was created back in 2007. So this was part of what CIRM called its Jumpstart program, which was to enable and encourage investigators in California to conduct human embryonic stem cell research. And so if you look at the objectives of the RFA that was issued at that time, it had kind of a twofold set of goals. First, to create dedicated laboratory space for the culture and maintenance of human embryonic stem cells, in particular, those lines that fall outside of federal guidelines, and also to support those core laboratories by having multiple investigators conducting the research at the home institution as well as neighboring research institutions. And then with the program was also the option of having the stem cell techniques course, which intended to train scientists and technical staff in the growth and maintenance of human embryonic stem cells by funding a number of hands-on courses. And of course, those, as mentioned earlier, evolved into also serving the needs of the Bridges program, as many of the Bridges trainees took advantage of those courses in order to get their respective training. So although this was originally laid out in this way, I think over time it evolved into also providing iPSC and other stem cell lines and the opportunity for the conduct of research that expanded kind of as the field did as well. And so the way these awards were structured, they kind of had two different components. One was the renovation and equipment. It provided $1 million in renovation costs. So the expectation was that the institutions would have an available space that they would wish to renovate, as well as to equip with major equipment that would be appropriate for cell culture and so on. There was a 20% match that was expected with each of these. There was also the operational costs, which would cover personnel and supplies. So typically the program director plus a couple of technicians was the typical format, and it offered $200,000 per year to do that. This was originally, much like the training programs that were described, a 3-year award that was extended for an additional 3 years. So the operations were supported for a total of 6 years. And then those that offered the techniques course, they received an additional $200,000 in order to support the personnel and educational component. And so our total investment into the Shared Labs program between 2007 and 2014 was about $69 million. In terms of the outcomes, what it did, it established 17 different programs, which we often refer to as safe havens for conducting human embryonic stem cell research, because these were generally free of federal funds. And so all of the laboratories during this time maintained those laboratories without the use of federal funds in order to be able to conduct that research without worry about what may happen politically or in terms of sudden changes in federal regulations. It also created lots of specialized courses with expertise in different areas such as vector biology, high throughput screening, bioengineering, all dependent on kind of the strengths of the institution where the shared lab was hosted. It also resulted in 173 publications. So even though the shared labs themselves were not or didn't have an independent research program within them, there was a lot of innovation happening within the shared labs, development of protocols, new ways to derive cells, and so on, that led to these publications, as well as, of course, the 90+ embryonic stem cell lines that were derived and made available. And then, of course, the techniques course, which served to train many investigators and introduce them to this new field, as well as postdocs and students and technical staff in all of these different techniques. So that's just a summary of the program, and happy to take any questions. And in the meantime, I'll turn it back to Dr. Milan.
Thank you, Dr. Sombrano. Chairman Thomas, I'll turn it back to you for discussion.
Is the floor open, Mr. Chairman?
Well, yes, I was speaking into a mute. I was on mute. Yes, thank you, Dr. Sombrano. Dr. Goldstein, please, you have a question, comment?
I was just going to remind all of us that we have a continuing need for safe haven laboratory space in this state. The federal government has made it impossible to use federal funds for any research using human fetal tissue. The Dickey-Wicker Amendment that affects the handling of human embryos is still in effect, so that human embryos cannot be studied with federal funds. And of course, who knows what the Senate is going to do in 2 years, but they could really trip us up. So the safe haven issue is still an important issue. I know there are people who think that it's not, but it's documentably a problem.
Thank you, Dr. Goldstein. Other comments on this slide? Dr. Sombrano, thanks very much. The historical perspective is very helpful, particularly for newer members of the board. And so that was a very, very good summary. Any final comments before we move on to the next presentation?
Nope, not for me.
Okay, and thank you for that. And let's go on. It looks like you are on tap here for the next as well.
Correct. Yes. Okay, so if I could have the next slide, please. So thank you. So this is, very simple slide, and all we're trying to do here is just an awareness thing. You know that we have relaunched many of our core programs, which was already mentioned. But when we did this with kind of the minimal and necessary adjustments to the program, knowing that we were going to come back to you to make more significant updates later. And so those opportunities in Discovery, Tran, and Clin have always had, or have since been modified to contain elements that may or may not be desired or aligned with the state of regenerative medicine in the present day. So before attempting to make any significant changes, we thought that those items deserve some careful consideration and guidance, both from the board as well as the scientific advisory panel that was discussed previously, where we could draw additional input and feedback. And so on this slide then are just some of the items that we hope to get additional guidance on in the next few months. We're not looking for answers today, just hoping to plant the seed for what kinds of things might be considered. So for example, the support of small molecule based projects have been a subject of discussion and differing views over the years of CIRM. And most recently, we with diminished funds, CIRM limited the eligibility of small molecule and biologics proposals in favor of ensuring that the remaining funds could be dedicated to what was viewed as our core mandate of cell therapy and or gene therapy projects. There's other arguments that have also been made in terms of the role of small molecules and CIRM's support for them, such as the fact that they have a more well-established regulatory path and that they're likely to get some support from other sources. So, the underlying question is, to what extent should these kinds of projects be supported across our portfolio? Similarly, we talked about gene therapy, and as mentioned, we started funding gene therapy projects as a vital research opportunity in about 2 years ago. And so we also created, as a part of that, a specific definition for what would qualify as gene therapy. And the general question is, and the feedback that we would look for here is whether the definition of gene therapy is still appropriate, and or if the scope of gene therapy should either expand or narrow somehow. We also talked about the vital research opportunities, and there we'd like to discuss both the process for deeming an area of research a vital research opportunity. And as you've heard, those would come to the board in terms of declaring something a vital research opportunity, but we can go into more detail about what that process might look like, as well as to whether there are specific areas that we're missing or not thinking about that should be considered a vital research opportunity. And then finally, there are some programmatic elements that have existed within our programs. This is really mostly a question of how we assess, or the extent to which we assess whether a project is unlikely to receive funding from other sources. Prop 14, on the one hand, highlights that this is a priority, yet also makes available the vital research opportunity as a way to expand. So kind of understanding what that scope might look like, to what extent things such as the unlikeliness of receiving funds from other sources or even from the federal government should be included in our eligibility or review criteria. So that's the background, and happy to take any questions. So back to Dr. Milan.
So Dr. Zambrano, thank you so much. And these are major categories that we hope to bring to you at the March board retreat, informed by the Scientific Strategy Advisory Panel in February. But I'd like to highlight the nature of this programmatic evaluation question. As it stands, it's currently within the review group's kind of responsibility to incorporate this in how programs are reviewed. But as I understand, Dr. Zambrano can elaborate further, it's been actually quite difficult to figure out how to make this a review or an eligibility criteria, because it's not that, to prove that the presence of a negative is sometimes tough, and that how do you really prove that they couldn't have gotten funding from other sources? So it's not something that we may solve today, but I wanted to highlight the nature of that challenge. Gail, do you have any other comments to that?
No, that's exactly right. Especially for eligibility, where we want to make objective determinations of whether something is yes eligible or no not eligible. We have peppered in many cases eligibility criteria with this requirement that they, show that they're unlikely to receive funding from other sources, but it is difficult to ascertain, certainly at that level, and even at the level of reviewers. There are certainly opinions about it, but it's not something that is very objective for us to tackle.
Dr. Thomas, Chairman Thomas.
So I think I wanted to echo Maria's comment that I think from a board standpoint, this discussion is best informed after we take these and other questions to our scientific advisory panel in February, but would welcome if anybody has any comments on these particular issues at this point. Any comments from members of the board?
I have a quick question. I apologize if I have lost the track. Could you tell me a little more about the scientific advisory panel? Is this newly formed, has been in existence for a while? Who are the people?
So I'll address that. So as Prop 14 allows for advisory panels to come together, Dr. Milan and I have put together a group of KOLs for a late February panel meeting, at which we're going to bring a number of questions dealing with and bearing on the strategic plan to that group, and we'll be doing it in the form of presentations by a number of grantees, which presentations are geared towards driving discussion on very specific questions that bear on the strategic plan. And so we think actually that this is something that we haven't done since I think 2013, is pull together a group like this to ask both big picture and specific questions as to what they think of CIRM's opportunities and direction going forward, et cetera. And so these sorts of issues will be amongst many others that are raised at that meeting, but the outcome of that meeting is something that we will present for further discussion, and will be something that informs in part the March retreat. Dr. Milan, do you want to add to that?
No, I think that is, fair description. I guess we will definitely bring together a summary to the March retreat. And I leave it up to you, Chairman Thomas, in terms of, who additional you'd be inviting to the meeting. But it is something that was done a while ago. I think that this meeting that we're going to have in February will be very broad in terms of topics. I think the past one really relied on figuring out the translation to clinical stage. what we're trying to drive at this meeting is really opening it up and making sure to pay due attention to basic research and the CNS research, as well as all the other types of programs CIRM currently funds, and the future of where basic and translational research in regenerative medicine is going.
Great, thank you.
Any other comments on this slide? Okay, so this one's definitely to be continued. Thank you. Dr. Milan, the next presentation.
We have a time check of 2 minutes, but we do have just one final presentation if it's okay.
Yes, and if everybody could hold on for that, I think that'd be great. Thank you. And Dr. Sombrano, thank you very much for your presentations and for all of your and your team's very major efforts to drive the whole review process, which is kind of the bread and butter, makes everything happen. So thank you very much for that. So.
Oh, thank you. No, we have a great team that does it all. So appreciate it.
So now it's my pleasure to introduce Dr. Kent Fitzgerald, who will be giving us a very, very broad overview of our neuroscience program to date. Dr. Fitzgerald.
Thank you, Dr. Milan, Chairman Thomas, and members of the board. Next slide, please. So today I wanted to give you an update and a final snapshot of the funding breakdown for neuroscience projects initiated under Prop 71. You can see in the two pie graphs below, when we started analyzing our funding for neuro for the purposes of evaluating or of evolving the programs to best leverage the new Prop 14 funding, we started digging into what we'd done historically. On the left, you can see of the overall 753 programs that were funded, totaling a little bit over $2 billion, approximately 1/4 of the funds were directed towards neuroscience research, which is broken out into the graph on the right. This results in 173 projects totaling approximately $422 million, with the top 4 categories by dollars invested, including ALS and Parkinson's at 14% each, and Alzheimer's disease and spinal cord injury at 10% each. Next slide, please. Further analysis of the neuroscience portfolio by categorizing all of the Prop 71 programs into admittedly broad pillars, but the pillars are discovery, translation, and clinical. You can see in the graph below with pillar color-coded bars representing the dollars invested and the numbers of programs for each funded inset within each bar. And the way this is presented is the RFAs are bucketed by the year that they began. So you can see we began with RFAs in 2006 and end with the RFAs which began in 2016. These programs are obviously ongoing at this point. Many of them are. So on the small pie chart, you can see that over 1/2 of our funding has gone to support what we would generally classify as discovery research, with clinical stage coming in second and translation coming in third place. An obvious trend that can be seen here is that the bulk of our clinical stage funding really happened later in the lifespan of Prop 71 funding during the CIRM 2.0 program offerings. And the earlier clinical programs, beginning with the 2010 RFAs, were a small number. And these were programs in Alzheimer's disease, Huntington's, ALS, and spinal cord injury. And these supported non-clinical trial programs that were IND enabling work. So not a large number of regenerative medicine programs were seeking CIRM funding at that time. Which raises some questions on why that might be. We did have one example of continued development of one of these early programs from the 2010 RFA, which was Clive Svensson's ALS program, which later came back in our 2.0 iteration for clinical trial funding. So a few of the questions we'd like to ask of this data set, and admittedly, this is a highly simplified version of the data that we have. We have a number of parameters for each one of the programs that are indicated here. But did this large number of discovery programs that we funded early on, can those form the basis for a pipeline that CIRM can continue to advance? And if so, how would we want to do that? This can be addressed partially by determining where these programs ended up after completion of CIRM funding. And some general portfolio analysis has already shown that the appearance of the neuro clinical stage programs and translational stage programs in our 2.0 phase may reflect the maturation of the field as a whole, where a lot of this foundational work was starting to mature into development-ready candidates. So we intend to continue to leverage this data set, which you will see likely in the SAB meeting that is upcoming, to identify gaps that could be addressed with our Prop 14 funds and bring these concepts to the board. Next slide, please. So back in 2019, we started considering how we could best evolve our neuroscience strategy. And in April 2019, we hosted a brainstorming meeting, creatively titled CIRM Brainstorming Neurodegeneration. This was a 2-day workshop with 50 invited participants representing key opinion leaders representing stem cell R&D, disease foundations, academia, industry, funding bodies, and the FDA. And the goal of this meeting was to tackle issues specific to neurodegenerative therapy development using state-of-the-art science, and to reconfigure discovery and development pipelines to find synergies within groups and consortia. Next slide, please. So the overall themes that were discussed during this meeting included hot topics like leveraging genomics and big data, the use of iPSC models and creating standards and utilizing IPS banks. I don't know if that bell is distracting you. 1 second. Apologies. Exploring a neurodegeneration consortium model. So as you know, our programs have operated historically independent of each other. And was there an opportunity for a consortium-based model to help enhance progress in the field? Accelerating drug development based on patient data, the opportunity for implementing things like platform trials in neurodegenerative disease and regenerative medicine trials, clinical trials in the regenerative medicine space, and benefits of a consortium, taking regenerative medicine neurodegenerative candidates to the clinic. And after we had this discussion, we had a small breakout groups that were designed to discuss how, where is the value in a consortium and what things would be needed to have an effective consortium in this space. And the meeting wrapped up with a panel discussion discussing would a consortium-based approach accelerate therapy development, and how would we implement that? Next slide, please. So some high-level measure needs that were identified are shown here as thematic outcomes. Initially, there's a clear need for standardization and research tools, model systems, and data collection in order to have comparable research across the field. A clear need for data sharing, which is something that we're currently discussing and implementing in the current active RFAs that we have. This data sharing can take the form of dissemination of knowledge across the field, but importantly, the group identified the inclusion of failure analysis to help advance breakthrough science, and that the data needs to be specific to the end user's needs. Data set expansion in terms of enriching data available from clinical trials, including non-disease-based controls and blue card outliers, to help increase the power of the results obtained from those trials. Gaps is something that you've been discussing a lot today. The gaps in training specifically of pluripotent stem cell researchers, and the need for workforce expansion and the use of a cross-discipline structure with clinicians and basic scientists partnering together. Additional consortia elements that were identified as being important is leveraging the positive aspects of a large number of consortia. We generated a database of consortia across neurodegeneration with elements of each of those, and the pluses and minuses to each of those elements, and how we might be able to leverage those elements in the formation of a new effort, identification of specific gaps to be filled. And one major outcome was that the consortia, in order to be successful, needs to have clear and articulate goals, but at the same time have the ability for directed evolution. And ultimately, time-bound deliverables and end goals need to be in place in order to drive towards success. The consortia could take the form of a broad disease focus, common mechanisms, things along those lines. However, a specific infrastructure to each would need to be built to suit the needs of the consortium. And finally, the need for an unbiased organizer to coordinate efforts within any large-scale effort like this, with a consortia serving as a resource aggregator. And of course, this comes along with many operational aspects. We have a published summary of the meeting, which goes into much more detail than what I described, available on our website, as well as the detailed program and many of the presentations that were given at the meeting. And with that, I'll finish.
Thank you very much, Kent. Seems like we had that workshop just yesterday, and now the output of that workshop is going to be extremely important as we continue the discussions both at the advisory panel and at the March board retreat, as we look for potential avenues in accelerating CNS research under Prop 14. Chairman Thomas, I'm turning it back to you. You might still be on mute.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Fitzgerald, for that presentation. Very, very informative. I think that, as Dr. Malone suggests, this may be a topic that's best taken up in more detail in the March retreat, but are there any immediate thoughts on these slides at this point for members of the board?
Just a quick comment, JT, and that is that one of the things that we have learned from the pandemic is that kind of self-assembled teams, consortia, coming from very different areas of expertise that aggregate around a problem of common interest can have tremendous power in terms of being able to uncover critical information in a short amount of time. When the team members really feel that they are really operating as a unit and that their own separate ego drivers are set aside, because there's a really clear view on the part of everyone in the group of what the endpoint goal is. So I really agree that this approach of forming effective consortia can be very powerful. And I think that if CIRM can help to motivate that effectively in this area and others, that it will again be in an area where this organization kind of steps out and says, this is something that can really move science in much more effective, rapid ways, and that it's something that we should really stand behind and stand for.
Thank you, Dr. Yamamoto. Other comments from members of the board?
Chairman Thomas, this is David Higgins. Can I make a quick comment or actually ask a quick question?
Please.
This is a question for either Kent or Maria, and it's probably an unfair question, but it might get us thinking. If you'd known in April of 2019 that you were going to have $1.5 billion dedicated to this area of research or development, would you have done things differently, and would you have different information today?
So Dr. Higgins, when we had that workshop, we had an eye toward toward this time. Because at that time, we already were kind of not in a wind down phase, but we knew that we had limited funds for what we could do. But we also saw that the opportunities were there, that we needed to think, you know, in a go forward basis. And if we had not been refunded, we were looking for opportunities for our funded researchers to make the most out of the research we did fund. So we actually had an eye toward a future strategy when we assembled the meeting. A lot of thought went in when it actually was a collaboration between what's called now currently the ASAP group that was funded by the Sergey Brin Fund. Dr. Randy Sheckman is one of the leadership in that group, but he wasn't directly involved in the meeting, but he attended, and Ekemini Riley, who is the other executive on that, running that program, was there. Michael J. Fox Foundation, a variety of neurodegeneration foundations, leadership in various sectors, that NINDS. And there was a great amount of enthusiasm during our 2-day period. And I think you were there. And folks were really excited about the opportunity to make this happen. But, you know, then we also drilled down on the realities and the gaps and the challenges. So we were already kind of gathering information, you know, being very, you know, optimistic that we would have an impact on the field in one way or the other.
Along the same lines, this is Christina Marianne Kent. I was wondering, this is a great, obviously, for the neurodegenerative diseases. Have you considered something similar for neuropsychiatric disorders? Would that be an area of opportunity as well?
We didn't specifically discuss that at this meeting, but the idea behind a consortium model is something we're envisioning for our scientific strategy for CIRM in general. At the last meeting, I put up a schematic of how we've already had some pilots in this, you know, the Cure Sickle Cell Initiative, some of how we've been able to leverage our investment in a genomics program with partnerships with the Chan Zuckerberg Initiative. And just we see that CIRM already is a consortium. And the question is, how do we then create these specialized consortia, you know, that are fit for purpose in addressing major hurdles? And some of the hurdles are, as Dr. Yamamoto pointed out, are how we organize ourselves and how effectively the different stakeholders are actually working together on this. It's something that I think the scientific community has acknowledged is something very important. And I think with what we're facing today with Prop 14, with this earmark toward neurodegenerate, towards CNS disorders, I think it's a huge opportunity, but it could also be applied for other, in this meeting, we specifically worked on neurodegeneration, but that's a topic, programmatic, topic that we should also discuss and like to get input on from the board to determine whether we can look at our program offerings and if the board gives direction that we should make sure that that is something that we bring into our portfolio, then we will have we have the structure and mechanisms to do that.
Other comments or questions from members of the board? Okay, Dr. Fitzgerald, thank you very much for all your work on this. This is obviously going to be a very front and center topic going forward. So we look forward to hearing more and to a board discussion on this in March. Dr. Milan, does that conclude the presentations?
That concludes our presentations. Jeff, if you wouldn't mind going to the next slide. so as you can see, we covered the areas here: CNS research, education, scope, shared labs, alpha clinics, community care centers, and the future educational programs and specialized tracks, all part of education. These were all covered either as tangible potential concepts that will be brought to you, or concepts that are in development, or new programs that would be brought in the strategic plan. So I, just wanted to give that kind of broad overview that this is how the Proposition 14 components are being kind of put into action and at various stages. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Milan. Thank you, the entire team, for the series of very informative presentations. I think they're great, great food for thought, and we look forward to continuing these discussions when we get to the March session. That gets us through this portion of the very meaty portion of the agenda here. I think it's been a very productive one in dealing with the elements of Prop 14 and the specifics of different sorts of programs that are being contemplated by Dr. Milan and the team. And thank you, everybody, for all the work that went into putting this together, and more on this down the road. We're now into public comment. I have one I'm going to read from Dr. Trevor Cardinal, who's a professor of biomedical engineering at Cal Poly San Luis Obispo. The general topic is bridges, and this is his comment. Members of the ICOC, thank you for your time and efforts to advance the field of regenerative medicine and for the opportunity to deliver a public comment. My name is Trevor Cardinal. I am a professor of biomedical engineering at Cal Poly San Luis Obispo and the program director on a CIRM Bridges 2 award. As you may be aware, many of the Bridges 2 awards are expiring in the summer of 2021. With the passage of Prop 14, our team looks forward to competing for a future Bridges award under a new RFA. However, in the meantime, we hope to admit our next cohort of students in February and March of this year in advance of a fall 2021 matriculation. Therefore, I request that the board consider a one-year non-competitive renewal of the Bridges 2 awards. This one-year renewal would allow us to bridge our current Bridges program to the next RFA, as was done between the expiration of the first Bridges RFA and the RFA for Bridges 2 in 2015. The absence of such gap funding following the expiration of the Bridges 2 awards may force Bridges programs such as ours to suspend operations until the 2022-23 academic year. Such an interruption would adversely affect our ability to train students for the rapidly growing regenerative medicine industry. Thank you for your consideration. Dr. Milan, do we have any thoughts on that? Not that we need to respond to public comment, but I just wondered if you're, what you would say about that one.
I think that's, I think that is something that the board could consider. We really do hope that we'll be able to get a formal program with all of the well-considered elements that we think will make the Bridges program, relaunch, one that's built to last and built to, support what we envision is important for the upcoming years, at least 5 years. So I think that an extension, of course, would just mean that they would be subject to the terms of the previous award. And I'm not sure kind of what type of review process that would go through. I assume that it would be purely a board decision, but I defer to you on that.
Are there, I know this is a little unorthodox to have board discussion following a public comment, but are there any comments on that particular public comment?
This is Christine. I was wondering if for the next board meeting then, I think in February, the CIRM staff could make a proposal what financially and otherwise that type of an extension would look like. And I guess the ICOC could then consider that.
I would also ask the question, are we setting a precedent that that we can manage?
Okay, thank you both. Dr. Milan, could you perhaps respond to both of those comments?
I think they're both fair considerations. I think bringing forward what the financial impact of that, or what the budgetary requirements would be for that, is something we can easily do and would be able to provide to the board. But the second point of what does that do in terms of precedent, I think that that is a consideration as well, and also that'll impact downstream what we do with the programs that had the extension versus those that didn't have the extension, and how those interplay into the requirements we have of newly launched programs versus not. So I think those are things that the board would want to consider regarding the standards of our programs. And then the second point in precedent, I think there is a huge amount of enthusiasm, which is great for our funding opportunities. But I think one of the concerns is that those who may be under some legacy funding or funding from residual grants then may feel that the newly launched funding opportunities may have more favorable options and features, and they'd want to have the option to jump to that. And I think that could provide a very challenging set of circumstances if we were to consider those for our team, as well as, again, bringing up the idea of process and standards for how we operate. So that's but we will absolutely take up whatever the board directs us to do and consider. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments from members of the board on this particular?
I was just going to say we have more public comment when you're ready, JT.
Thank you. No, I just wanted to get through this, see if there's anybody else who had a thought. Okay. Yes, Maria, please. Other public comments.
I would ask the caller to unmute himself or herself. And you can go ahead with public comment. Your hand is raised.
Hi, Chairman Thomas and members of the board. My name is James Stewart, and I'm a person living with multiple sclerosis and I'm a patient advocate. I just want to make sure you can hear me.
Yes, we can.
Okay, perfect. So I had a comment to make regarding the proposition, James Harrison's Prop 14 presentation, which summarizes the wording in the section 3B of the approved initiative that authorizes $1.5 billion and dedicates that to disease conditions of the brain and central nervous system. Kind of rewinding back, you showed slide 9, and in red there was the section that talks about identifying diseases and conditions such as Alzheimer's disease, Parkinson's disease, etc. But the slide does not also include what the bill includes, which is it refers to other diseases and conditions of the brain, which I believe generally includes the disease described as multiple sclerosis. So I'd like to request the board to include either the words multiple sclerosis or include, other diseases and conditions of the brain, so that, when the 1.5 billion target is allocated, it includes that area of neuro research that is so important to me and others in California that are living with multiple sclerosis. Thank you.
Thank you, and that will definitely be included. So thank you very much for your comments. Next, Maria.
That's it.
Okay, so that concludes. So just in closing, like to thank Maria Bonneville and Doug Guillen for all their hard work and, as always, making this meeting happen, for everything they do. I did want to close, as I've noted to you from time to time, in the middle of meetings, Maria sends me texts which are very helpful in sort of guiding how things are going. And under the heading of when you think you've heard everything, she sent me one today in the middle of the text, which says, and I quote, "Is your dog in there? I think we can hear him breathing." To which I was kind of wondering what the relevance of that was. In fact, he wasn't in there, but had he been, I was wondering if, Maria, you were suggesting I ask him to stop.
Well, there was just some feedback, and we thought it was coming from you, and it sounded like your dog's snorting. So I was just curious.
Okay, well, thank you. But thank you for keeping me on my toes as usual.
No problem. I'm
so
happy to do it.
Yes, thank you. So with that, thank you everybody for what I hope we all viewed as a very productive meeting. And just everybody, please keep safe and healthy. And we look forward to seeing you in February. And Maria, what is our date for that?
I was just gonna cut in and mention it to everyone. We'll be sending out the dates for the remainder of the board meetings this year. There's a lot of them. As you know, that there's a monthly application review subcommittee, and then there'll be 4 more in-person board meetings. Not in person, I'm so sorry, full board meetings. I'm so used to saying in-person board meetings, even though it's been over a year. The next meeting is February 25th, and that is a full board meeting. And then what we're calling the retreat will be March 23rd. And that was based on a doodle poll that got sent out and responses as to when the most board members were available. But we'll send out the entire calendar later today.
Okay, thank you very much. And with that, we stand adjourned. Take care, everybody.